There is a kind of quiet that only comes from being between places, a hush that hums beneath motion, cradled in the space between past and present. That's where you are now. The train rocks gently beneath you, not in haste, but as if unsure of its own direction. The glass beside you shivers with each drop of rain that lands and lingers, thin streaks weaving slow silver across the surface like thoughts that refuse to be dismissed. The sky outside is a blurred smear of dark and darker, clouds smeared thick like bruises, and the land, what little of it you can see, is wet and slow, and seems to be holding its breath. You sit by the window because you always sit by the window. Not for the view, there isn't one, but for the shape of the sound it makes when the rain touches it. It's not music, it's memory. And memory is what this train smells like. Not fresh wood or polished chrome, but old velvet, engine oil, faint smoke, and time too long spent waiting for something that never boarded. Your seat is worn. The fabric beneath your fingertips is threadbare, its pattern faded by years of backs and shoulders pressing against it. You don't remember sitting down, but you are seated. Your body leans slightly with each curve of the tracks, and your breath fogs the glass with every slow exhale. The warmth of your lungs seems at odds with the cold hum of the cabin, as though you're the only part of this world that still insists on being alive. There are footsteps down the corridor sometimes, never fast, never close. You don't look. You only hear the soft tap of shoes on linoleum, the faint rustle of a coat sleeve brushing the wall, the click of a door that never quite latches. There are voices, too, once or twice. Not conversations, just syllables without shape, like dialogue that's been washed of meaning by too much time and too many reruns. It doesn't disturb you. It feels expected somehow, like echoes that belong to the furniture. Above you, the light flickers. It does this often, not a strobe, just a hesitation, a question. And each time you glance upward, not because you expect it to stop, but because something in you remembers that flicker. A warning, maybe, or the sign of something failing in a place where things are supposed to last. The bulb holds on, for now. Outside, the woods begin. Sparse at first, just the hint of trees, branches like arms caught mid-thought. Then thicker, deeper. They line the tracks in blurred procession, tall and unmoving, wet leaves shining like mirrors too dim to see into. There is a rhythm to them, an order, as though they're not growing but waiting. You don't try to count them. The moment you try, the pattern vanishes. There's a compartment door to your left. It slides open sometimes. Not loudly, not suddenly. Just the way a sigh escapes without permission. Once, you thought you saw someone there. A figure in white. A coat, maybe. A hand just at the edge of the frame. Fingers curled lightly, as if holding something that wasn't meant to be held. You didn't move. Neither did they. Then the door closed again. Quietly. Without resistance. Your fingers trace the condensation on the window. You draw nothing in particular. Shapes that disappear as soon as you finish them. Letters you don't recognize. A circle. A spiral. A mistake. The sound of your breath is louder here than it should be, but that's only because the train isn't speaking anymore. The engine is softer now. The vibrations through the floorboards like a whisper pressed to your heel. Something smells different. Not fresh. Nothing here is fresh, but familiar. A hint of gun oil, leather worn smooth by use. The faintest burn of antiseptic. It coils behind your ear, brushes the back of your tongue, reminds you of gloves and glass vials and polished instruments that never quite stay sterile. You shift your weight, not to stand, just to notice that you still can. The overhead speaker crackles once and then falls silent. You wait for the announcement. There isn't one, just static, a breath drawn but never spoken. You think about standing, about walking the corridor, but the thought folds before it forms. and you remain seated. Not afraid, just rooted, like the trees outside. Too curious to move and too tired to ask why. The lights dim for a moment longer this time. Long enough to notice the shadows stretch. Long enough to realize that the shape across from you wasn't there before. A coat, a collar, a tilt of the head. Not looking at you. Not quite. But near. The kind of presence that doesn't ask questions. That just waits. You blink. The seat is empty again, of course it is. But the chill remains. And the air smells ever so slightly of roses. Long dead. The train lurches, just once, as if it remembered something too late. A low groan follows, deep and mechanical, like a creature turning over in sleep. The motion settles, but your pulse does not. Something outside has changed. The trees are gone, replaced by fencing, barbed wire. Signs half swallowed by moss. Words warning in red. The kind of red that bleeds even in the dark. Then the lights in the cabin go out. Not with panic, just a breath, exhaled all at once. The rain keeps tapping. The train keeps moving. But the dark presses in, soft and thick, like cloth laid gently over your eyes. You stay still, not frozen, just listening harder now. And in the hush, you hear something you hadn't noticed before. Breathing. Not yours, not near, but real. It comes from above, or below, or behind a wall that shouldn't have air behind it. It's steady, shallow, tired. The way someone breathes when they don't want to be heard, or when they've forgotten how to stop. It fades eventually, like fog rolling off a lake. But not before it makes a space inside your chest that you don't know how to fill. The lights return, slowly, reluctantly, one by one, pale yellow, as if embarrassed by the dark they failed to hold back. Your hands are in your lap now. You don't remember placing them there. You don't remember moving at all. But the photo on the seat beside you wasn't there before. It's old, creased, a face you know but can't name. The eyes are marked out, scratched with something sharp. The smile remains, crooked, familiar. You don't pick it up, but you don't look away. Not until the train begins to slow. The screech is distant, muted by the rain. The platform appears through the window like a stage set at dusk, half lit, half abandoned. No movement, no sound, just the outline of a bench. A door left open. A vending machine lit from within but broken. A place not meant to be returned to, but visited only in fragments. The train stops, but no one boards, no one leaves. A hiss of doors, a sigh of hydraulics, the breath of something waiting. You stand. You don't know why. But the moment asks for it. Your knees protest faintly. Your spine stretches, unused to the motion. You step into the aisle, and the train hums under your feet, like it's remembering something about your weight. The compartment door opens before you reach it. This time, there's no one on the other side, only light, faint, blue. You step forward. The air tastes different here. You walk slowly, past rows of empty seats, past coats left behind, past handprints on windows that haven't been touched in years. Your boots scuff softly. Your breath is quieter now. At the far end, the last door is open. Beyond it, the station waits. Silent, unlit, but not empty. And behind you, the train exhales, its lights flickering one last time before fading for good. The sound of rain doesn't follow you down, but something else does. Something quieter. The hum of metal beneath your boots. The soft groan of weight distributed unevenly. A rhythm, not quite mechanical, not quite alive, but something in between. Behind you, the glass fogs with your absence. The air grows drier. And ahead, the tracks curve into a darkness that breathes like a lung too tired to fill completely. You don't remember deciding to descend into the train. It just happens. One foot, then the other, a step into stillness. The cars stretch long, as if the tunnel swallows time the same way it swallows sound. Light here is not light. It's residue. fluorescent smears against the ceiling, flickering with the irregular pulse of something neglected for too long. You move through it as you might move through a memory you aren't sure you own. Slow, uncertain, aware of each shift in air pressure and scent. There is a chair turned sideways in the aisle, a coat slung across it, sleeve dangling as if waving something off. No blood, no noise, but presence, undeniable. The space was occupied recently or too long ago. The distinction doesn't matter. You step past it without touching. You always do. Whatever was meant to remain has already decided to stay. The floor dips subtly beneath your weight, not with the clatter of movement, but with the yielding creak of something old enough to have forgotten how to resist. You place your hand along the rail, and the cold is not just temperature. It is history. Polished by thousands of fingers that once gripped it in urgency, in exhaustion, in boredom. All of that clings to the steel like dust that will not wipe away. A soft hiss unfurls from deeper inside the car. Not a threat, just a reminder that this place breathes, even if poorly. The windows here are clouded with condensation, not from outside, but from within, as if the train itself wept against its confinement. Each droplet trails slowly, hesitating on its path, reluctant to let go. You follow their movement. They seem to understand what you do not. There are shoes abandoned near the end of the carriage, small, side by side, facing backward, as if the wearer stood there and forgot which direction they meant to travel. You do not step into them, but you feel the space around them shift as you pass. A quiet inhalation of memory, of lives paused mid-breath. It settles into your skin before you notice. The door between cars is slightly ajar, not open, not shut. It rocks faintly on its hinge, a rhythm barely perceptible, like the heartbeat of a thought you tried to forget. You push it. The sound is less a creak than a sigh. The air on the other side is colder, thinner. Your throat tightens, not from fear, but anticipation. Something waits here. Not a person. Not a creature. But something. This car is different. Rows of seats are twisted. Glass lines the floor like frost. The lights above are gone. Only the dim glow of emergency bulbs bathes the space in colorless light. And in the corner, impossibly quiet, something stirs. Not with sound, with implication. A shadow that does not belong. It does not approach. It does not flee. It simply is. And that is enough. Your steps slow, as if the floor itself demands reverence. Each movement feels too loud, even though your soles make no sound. You move with the care of someone who has been watched before and never wants to be again. But you know, that whatever sees you here does not judge. It only remembers. You pause beside a seat overturned on its side. Underneath, papers curl at the edges, printed text faded by moisture and something else. The words blur as you stare at them, as if language itself refuses to serve you here. But one phrase remains legible. Departure. Scheduled, unknown. You fold the paper gently, not to keep it, but to give it back to the silence. There is a bag near the conductor's compartment, half unzipped, its contents peeking out like thoughts meant to stay hidden. A photograph, a wrapper from a long-eaten meal, a key card with a name that no longer holds weight. You don't recognize the face, but you feel the weight of knowing them anyway. Maybe in a past that never was. Maybe in a dream someone else had, long ago, and never finished. The train lurches, not forward, not back, just enough to remind you that it still rests on something unstable. The tracks beneath are not trustworthy. You kneel near the window, and beyond the smeared glass, you see where they twist. Metal warped like melted time, diverging into a path no train was meant to follow. Bent rails swallowed by roots, by rust, by something alive that never meant to grow here. A sound rises from beneath the floor, low, measured, like a voice speaking a language made only of weight and vibration. You feel it more than hear it. In your knees, in your teeth, the way thunder sometimes enters through the bones. You do not respond. There is nothing to say. This is not conversation. This is reminder. Further on, the train narrows. Lights thin. Walls lean inward, as though burdened by secrets they can no longer hold at bay. You pass a mirror, cracked but intact. Your reflection appears delayed. You raise your hand. It does too, but just a second late. Just enough to be noticed. Just enough to be wrong. The conductor's door is open. The controls are inactive. A panel flashes slowly. A red light that does not blink, but breathes. You press nothing. You change nothing. You sit, just for a moment, in the chair, still warm with absence. The smell here is of metal and leather, and something sweet that does not belong. Maybe perfume, maybe decay. It's hard to tell the difference sometimes. Outside, a whistle blows, but the train does not move. The sound has no source. It arrives like wind through a hollow bottle, stretched, haunting, meaningless. But part of you listens anyway, waiting for instructions that never come. You rise, move backward, not from fear, from something quieter, from the kind of understanding that doesn't need words. You walk slowly, the way you came, but it does not feel like retreat. It feels like honoring the space. You leave things as they are, as they want to be. Back through the tilted cars, past the shoes, still waiting. Past the coat, still waving goodbye. The condensation has returned, thicker now, and your breath fogs the glass as you pass. For a moment, it writes something. A shape, not a word. You pause. The fog fades. The message is gone. But it was there. You felt it in your spine. The exit appears sooner than you expect. The air is warmer here, but not safe, just familiar. The hum of rain has not returned, but its memory lingers in the smell of the platform ahead. Wet stone, distant thunder, the promise of something waiting, not to greet you, but to see if you continue. You step out, and the tracks behind you do not echo. They only wait and wait. The train has passed you now, or maybe you passed through it. Either way, the rhythm has changed. What was once mechanical, humming in steel and oil, gives way to something quieter. A pause between pulses, a silence that is not absence, but tension. The corridor curves downward now, not dramatically, but with the subtle insistence of gravity's gentle hand. You move not because you choose to, but because the path ahead exhales warm breath against your ankles. Not air, not quite. Something heavier, something old. The light shifts, less electric, more bruised. The walls around you grow closer without moving. The metal beneath your feet softens into grated steel, the kind that hums with vibrations too deep for the ears and only felt in the marrow. Heat begins to bloom, faintly at first. A warmth that curls into the folds of your sleeves, that nestles at the hollow of your throat, like a secret being whispered through cloth. It doesn't sting, not yet, but it is rising. Not as punishment, as memory. Each step feels like descent, though the incline is shallow. Pipes line the edges now, thick veins of rust and pressure that weep quietly, leaving streaks of red against the blackened walls. Some rattle, some pulse, and one, near your shoulder, shivers with a sound like a sob held too long. The scent is changing, shifting from mildew and dust to something sharper. Charred rubber, burned metal, the breathless, clean odor of electrical fire long extinguished. And beneath it, a sweetness, faint, chemical, and misplaced, like perfume on a corpse. You pause near a junction, where two doorways sigh softly behind thick panes of wire glass. One flickers, the other remains dark, but warm. The floor beneath you, metal slats worn to shine in a single trail, hums now with a different tone. Not movement, not life, more like memory. The echo of heat once unleashed. The kind of heat that forgets the difference between structure and fuel. between flesh and failure. The corridor narrows again, not with malice, but with design meant to contain. Red lights begin to blink at shoulder height, warning no one, speaking to nothing. A pipe hisses above, releasing steam in a gentle breath that brushes the back of your neck. You do not flinch, but you remember what it means. Pressure, imbalance. The moment before a system breaks down, not with violence, but with inevitability. You press forward. The warmth becomes a presence now, not a temperature. It moves with you, wrapping around your calves like fog, pressing gently into your spine when you lean against the handrails. You turn left, following the curve of a hallway that dips more steeply now, a descent into the gut of something that once ran hot with purpose. The sound of your footsteps changes, less metallic, more muted, as if the floor is covered with something soft or scorched. The dim lights above you pulse. One flickers out, but the afterglow remains, an orange ghost on your retinas. There is a room ahead. You do not see it, not yet, but you feel it. The way heat radiates more from a doorway than the hall. The way the air grows thick around your face like steam, not yet born. The door is open, bent slightly on its hinges, as if pushed too hard by something that no longer needs to pass through. The walls around the frame are blackened, soot curling into spiderwebs across the ceiling. You do not touch them. You remember what soot does to skin, how it clings. Inside, the light is wrong, not artificial, not natural, just wrong. Orange and low, flickering not from a source but from reflection. Something burning below, far below, casting its ghost upward through a grate in the floor. You approach slowly, and the warmth becomes a heat now. Gentle, but present. It does not blister, it reminds. The grate is old, bolted down, thick with ash and melted dust. Through it, you see only a suggestion of movement, flame without origin, a glow that breathes. You crouch beside it, instinctively. The metal radiates warmth through your boots, through your knees, into your blood. The floor whispers in low creaks and sighs, as if mourning what it once held. You see no bodies, but the heat speaks of them, the kind of fire that outlasts names, that forgets where pain begins and ends. There's a console in the corner, half melted, half lit. A screen displays nonsense, static and symbols that do not belong to any language. One of the buttons pulses slowly, red and unsure. You do not press it, but your fingers hover, drawn not by instruction, but by a curiosity that flickers like a match. You pull away. The room has told you what it wanted. You exit, not quickly, but with the weight of something now known. The corridor ahead glows with the same orange blush, and your footsteps feel heavier. You pass a cart, scorched and tipped, wheels fused into the ground. Scattered across the floor are instruments that once held intention. A syringe, half melted, a clipboard fused to a handprint you do not want to recognize, a headset, still intact, but silent. You move around them like relics, carefully, reverently, as if they might still remember how they were used. There's a crack in the wall up ahead, thin, jagged, like the building itself sighed too hard and split. From it, smoke curls lazily, not thick, not alarming, just present. A suggestion of combustion, steady and patient. It smells of old wiring and regret. You place your palm near it, not touching, but close enough to feel the warmth that pulses behind. Something burns beyond it, still, quietly, without needing to be seen. You descend another flight of stairs. The rails are warm now, slick with condensation or sweat. The air is thicker here, not choking, but full, as if every breath draws in more than oxygen, as if memory has become particulate and you are breathing in the past. The floor levels again, and the corridor ahead is lit with a richer color, not orange, but amber, honeyed, unnatural, like the sky just before a storm that never arrives. The room at the end is larger, circular. It was once a hub, Now it is a chamber of echoes. The fire is not visible, but its presence saturates everything. The walls are blackened in gradients, telling the story of heat that climbed and fell again. Tables are overturned, screens are cracked but glowing. The far wall has collapsed, revealing a tangle of metal and stone, still radiating warmth. You do not cross the threshold. It does not ask you to. You find a chair in the corner, melted into itself like someone once sat and chose not to leave. On the table beside it, a cup, scorched, fused to the metal. Inside, the last traces of something once warm. You can still smell it. Not coffee, not tea. Something unfamiliar. But the comfort is there. Or was. You sit on the floor instead. The heat here is steady. Not threatening, like a fever that has settled into its rhythm. You close your eyes. The hum of the pipes above you becomes a song. Slow, droning, almost kind. You can feel the weight of the ceiling overhead, the way it leans, the way it listens. You think perhaps something down here is still alive, but not in the way that breathes, in the way that remembers being burned and chose not to forget. There's a sound from deeper in the wall, not movement, but a settling, the exhale of a structure that has grown used to being damaged. You listen, you wait, you do not expect an answer, only the continued warmth, the low flicker behind your eyelids, the taste of air too warm to be clean. Something falls nearby, a slow clatter like metal against ash. You do not flinch. You've learned the rhythm of this place, and it no longer scares you. Eventually, you stand. The heat feels less intrusive now, familiar. You move back through the halls, tracing the way you came, though the light has shifted behind you. Shadows no longer retreat. They linger, not to threaten, to keep you company. You pass the same cart, the same scattered tools, and yet they seem quieter now, as if they too have settled. You place your hand on the grate one last time. It is warm. That is all. No message, no warning, just warmth. And as you step once more into the cooler corridor beyond, the heat at your back, the silence ahead, you carry something with you. Not soot, not sweat, but the memory of fire that chose to stay, a warmth that watches, still flickering behind the floorboards, even after the flames have gone. And somewhere far below you, something sighs, a slow release of heat and pressure, like a heartbeat finally allowed to rest. The warmth trails behind you like an exhale that does not end, a memory of fire still clinging to your clothes, your skin, the back of your thoughts. The corridors cool again, but not entirely. The scent of ash lives in the folds of your sleeves. You walk with it, still in your bones. And then, the light changes, slowly, like the fade of a sunset that no longer knows which direction the sun went. The steel gives way to stone, to wood, to something older than the world you've just passed through. And somewhere ahead, something breathes, not loud, not close, just enough to disturb the stillness in the air. The doors appear before you, tall and wrong and familiar. Their hinges are too quiet, their edges too sharp. You place a hand against the surface, and it gives like it's been waiting, like it has already counted the seconds between your last visit and this one. The handle turns under your fingers with no resistance, as though it remembers your grip. It opens inward, not quickly, but decisively, revealing a room that should be dead, but isn't. The air does not greet you. It observes you, watches you move into the threshold like a returning guest no one truly expected. This is not a place that welcomes sleep. It merely endures it. The floorboards creak beneath you, but not in protest, more like an acknowledgement. The grand hall stretches ahead, wider than memory, taller than fear, colder than stone. Columns rise like forgotten guardians, wrapped in ivy that should not grow indoors, and draped in dust that settles in patterns that resemble fingerprints. The chandelier overhead sways slightly, though there is no wind. and its crystals cast fractured shadows that seem to blink if you look too long. The walls are adorned with paintings you don't remember ever seeing, yet somehow recognize. Faces of men and women whose eyes have seen too much time, too much death, too much silence. Their frames are cracked, not from age, but from something quieter, something like abandonment. You move through the halls slowly, each step echoing off surfaces too polished for comfort, past a fireplace that still holds the brittle remains of logs burned decades ago, though you can't recall if they ever truly lit anything. There's a sound, soft and distant, like fabric shifting against wood, or a door closing 3 rooms away. You pause, but it doesn't come again. The mansion is filled with those sounds, the almosts, the near memories, the quiet creak of nothing happening just out of sight. You move again, through a doorway left just ajar, its edge catching the light like the glint of a blade that forgot its purpose. The room beyond is darker, and the warmth of the fire you left behind, that lingering memory, fades completely now. This new space smells of old paper, of forgotten books, and the glue that once held their spines straight. A library, or maybe a study, or maybe both. The shelves lean as if exhausted, and the tomes that fill them seem more like memorials than knowledge. Some are open on tables, their pages curled from damp air or breath that never dried. One sits alone beneath a reading lamp, glowing faintly like a secret that never learned how to whisper. You pass your fingers near it, but not on it. The warmth of its light is unnatural, uninviting. The windows are covered, not with curtains, but with boards. Some nailed haphazardly, others methodically, as though someone once believed the light was more dangerous than the dark. You move past them, your shadow flickering across the cracked wallpaper in patterns that resemble leaves or veins. There's a clock against the far wall, tall, wooden, silent. Its hands have stopped just before midnight, or just after. You can't tell, but it watches you. That you can feel. You exit the room and enter another. Each space here folds into the next like layers of a dream. There's no logic to the layout, only mood. A dining hall now, long and hollow, with a table that stretches too far and chairs that face nothing. The silverware is still set. The plates still bear the ghost of meals once served. A smear of something red, a half-finished glass of water that reflects the chandelier above like a frozen tear. You do not sit, but you linger near the head of the table, feeling the indent in the cushion of the chair that has not forgotten the weight of the last person who used it. Something skitters beneath the table. You do not look. The mansion has many residents, most of them unseen, some of them once human, some of them not. You keep walking, past the velvet drapes now stained with moisture, past the portraits whose eyes are darker in this room than they were in the hall. The air here is thicker, not unbreathable, just weighted, like every molecule carries a story it can't quite finish. There's a staircase now, wide and curving, like the spine of something vast and old. You ascend it slowly, your hand trailing the banister worn smooth by panic, by repetition, by the slow erosion of habit. At the top, the hallway tilts just slightly to the left, not enough to unbalance you, just enough to remind you that something underneath is not settled. The carpet is faded green. It muffles your steps. It does not mute them. Your presence is known. The doors here are smaller. Bedrooms, perhaps, or cells. You try one. It opens too easily. Inside, the bed is made. The mirror is shattered. The wardrobe stands open, empty. Dust has settled in the shape of a body once seated at the edge of the mattress. You do not enter. You close the door, gently. Not out of fear, out of respect. Down the corridor, a piano plays a single note. Not a melody, not even a chord. Just a single, sustained key. Long enough to be heard. Long enough to stop. You walk toward the sound, though you know it will not greet you again. The room at the end of the hall is empty, save for the instrument. It sits beneath a broken window, its keys yellowed with time. The seat has been moved just slightly, as though someone stood up in the middle of playing and never came back. You place your hand on the top of the piano. It's cold, not from temperature but from disuse. You do not play. The music here does not need help. It exists in the bones of the house, in the distant footsteps that echo without origin, in the whisper of leaves scraping glass where there are no trees, in the soft weeping of pipes behind the walls. You descend again, not to leave, just to find something else. The mansion has many rooms. Most of them you've seen before. None of them feel the same now. The layout is unfamiliar, or you are. The light down here flickers more, yellow, then white, then gone. A door opens to a conservatory that should not be part of this place. Plants dead and brittle lean toward a ceiling of shattered glass, through which a sky too black to be night spills its absence. The scent is of rot, of soil that once held promise. A bench sits beneath a tree that never grew. You sit, briefly. The wood creaks beneath you, soft with age. The mansion exhales around you, not as a sigh, but as a hum, low and persistent, like a heart too tired to beat. You close your eyes. You listen. You hear nothing new, only what was always there. You rise again, moving through another hall, this one narrower, lower. The ceiling presses closer now. The walls feel softer, like they've been touched too often, too gently. You trail your fingers along the wallpaper and feel a seam, not where two sheets meet, but where a door waits, hidden, uncertain. You press. It opens inward, revealing a study lit only by a single lamp. The desk is covered in maps, notes, photographs with the faces scratched out. You step inside. The air smells of tobacco and old ink. And something else. Regret, maybe. There's a chair turned away from the desk. It creaks as you pass, though you do not touch it. A journal lies open on the floor, its pages warped from moisture. The words are smeared. You can read only a few. Experiment, regret, locked below. You place it back where you found it. Let it stay unread. Some stories do not need to be finished, only remembered. You leave the room and close the hidden door behind you. The wallpaper falls into place like a curtain drawn at the end of a performance no one applauded. The hall is empty now, or always was. You move through it, slower now, more certain. You are not lost. The mansion does not permit that. It only delays you, distracts you, shows you what you didn't ask to see, what you already knew. And then, at the end of another long corridor, you see the door. Familiar, heavy, the one that leads below. You place your hand against the wood. It is warm, not inviting, just waiting. The handle turns. Behind you, the mansion does not sleep. It never has. Its dreams are the footsteps you did not hear, the reflections you chose not to look into, the creaks in the boards that always came just after you moved. You step forward, into the stairwell, and leave the house behind, though it does not leave you. The door shuts softly behind you, and in that silence, something breathes above. Quiet, steady, endless. The breath above you fades, folded gently back into the walls, into the stairwell, into the house that never sleeps. You descend slowly, hand trailing the rough texture of stone, the curve of each step echoing less with distance and more with time. The air thickens here, not just with moisture, but with the weight of things left unsaid. It no longer smells of fire. It no longer smells of wood or oil. Down here it smells of dust, of damp cloth, of air that hasn't moved in weeks, maybe months, maybe longer than that. You don't count the stairs. They stop eventually. The stone beneath your boots gives way to something else, something softer. A floor that doesn't echo, only accepts. The light here is wrong. Not dim, but faded, like a photograph drained of color, but still carrying the memory of it. The corridor stretches forward, then leans to the right as if afraid to continue in a straight line. You follow it. There is no decision here, only movement. You follow because there is nowhere else to go. And the sound of your own steps is strangely comforting, soft and deliberate, each one leaving a whisper in the dust. This level of the world does not pretend to be alive. It isn't part of the mansion above, not really. It's something beneath it, forgotten even by those who forgot the mansion itself. The walls are made of stone that sweats. Pipes rattle sometimes in their sleep. The ceiling hangs too low, as if the weight of everything above is slowly pressing it down. And still you walk. Still your feet find the rhythm. Still the dust parts for you. There are doors here. Not many. Just enough to suggest this wasn't always abandoned. They're metal, rusted at the edges, blistered from time, yet still shut tight as secrets. One is slightly ajar, not an invitation, more like surrender. You push it gently, and it opens with a sound that sticks in your spine. Inside, shelves, files, cabinets barely standing upright, papers scattered like leaves at the end of autumn, each sheet curling in on itself. You step in. The dust on the floor is thicker here, more honest. Your feet leave full impressions, like fossils in soft earth. And across the room, beneath the shelf that leans a little too far, are other footprints, smaller, older, headed the other way. You kneel without thinking, fingertips brushing the edge of the print. The dust parts easily, willingly. There is no resistance. The print is hollow now, just shape, no substance. You rise again. You do not follow the tracks. You do not need to. They go where you're already headed. There's a terminal in the corner, dead now, screen coated in a film of age, but it still hums faintly when you press its side. Not on, not really, just remembering how it once was. You imagine the keys being pressed by hands now long still. Data input with urgency, eyes scanning words too fast, too afraid. And maybe someone sat here for a long time after it stopped working, just for the comfort of the glow. You understand that. You leave it behind. Back in the corridor, you turn left because the air tells you to. You pass a door with claw marks near the handle. Not deep, not wide, just desperate. Like someone had nails and hope and neither held. You do not try that door. You keep walking. And somewhere up ahead, you hear the echo of your own footsteps come back to you. Not quite at the same time. Not quite in sync. For a moment, it feels like you're not walking alone. For a moment, it doesn't feel wrong. The next room is colder. No door this time, just an opening in the stone, as if the hallway grew tired of ending things. Inside, the air smells faintly of bleach and metal. There's a drain in the floor, and above it, rust streaks down the wall like forgotten punctuation. A light flickers overhead, though you didn't see a fixture. You step carefully. The floor here feels newer, or more recently disturbed. There are streaks in the dust, trails where something heavy was dragged, or maybe crawled. You follow them only with your eyes. You do not kneel this time. There's a clipboard on a hook beside the drain. The paper is brittle, but the ink held. Numbers, measurements, names with their last syllables missing. It's not meant to be read, but you read it anyway. Then you hang it back and let it forget again. In the corner, a pair of gloves rests beside a half-crushed tin can. One still cradles the other, thumb pressed gently across the fingers. You move on. The corridor continues, though it narrows now. The air feels thinner, the lights dimmer, not by design, but by disinterest. You begin to notice the walls sweating less. Instead, they crack. Tiny fractures like spider legs, some filled with something black and waxy. You do not touch it. You do not need to. The next turn comes suddenly, and the sound of your footsteps grows louder, not from acoustics, but from silence. There is nothing else here, not even the hum, Just you and the dust. And then a stairwell again. Not stone this time, but metal. Narrow, uneven, as if added later, as if it wasn't meant to be permanent. Your hand finds the rail, sticky with time. You descend, one flight, then two. The light above flickers once, then dies. You reach the bottom in the dark, and the world waits for you to exhale. You do. Slowly. A door opens ahead, not with effort, with intention. You step inside, and here, finally, is where the footsteps lead. The room is wider than expected, and colder. The air is dry here, sterile in a way that unsettles the lungs. There are metal tables pushed against the far wall, each one occupied by shapes beneath white sheets. You count 5, then stop. The one closest to the center has a clipboard hanging from its foot. You don't read it, but you feel it's about someone who never meant to be here. Someone who walked through the same corridors, stepped through the same dust. There's a scent in this room that doesn't belong. Not rot, not blood. Something floral, like old perfume spilled on a tile floor. It's faint, but it drifts. It clings. You turn slowly, scanning the room. In the far corner, a chair, folded, waiting. And beside it, a boot print, larger than yours, recent. You do not wait for the owner. You are not meant to meet. Not yet. You leave the room with the dust rearranged, your own trail crisscrossing the old ones, blurring them slightly. The corridor on the far side leads into deeper dark, but the floor hums now, faintly. The vibration of machines buried in the bones of the facility. Something here still works. Something below still dreams. You follow. The walls are different now, lined with panels, some blinking with low red lights, others dead entirely. Glass panels, cracked but intact, offer views into rooms you do not want to understand. Shapes hang inside them, or float, or rest, suspended in amber-colored fluid that doesn't ripple. The labels on the glass are scratched out, as though names were too dangerous to remember. A hallway branches left. You follow it instinctively. The footsteps in the dust are no longer alone. Yours and others. Some partial, some drag, some press deep enough to suggest weight that should not walk, but still walks. You walk too. You enter a control room, its wall lit by monitors. Only one still glows. The footage shows a hallway you passed an hour ago, empty. Another monitor shows a stairwell filled with static. A third one flickers, struggling to decide whether to show a room or forget it entirely. You watch anyway, not because you expect to see anything, but because you've already seen too much. Beside the monitors, a notebook, bound in cracked leather, open to a page that ends mid-sentence. There's a name written in the top corner. You recognize it, not because you remember who it belonged to, but because the name feels like it was once spoken to you, softly, in a moment of trust. You close the notebook, gently. You leave the room. You don't look back. The final corridor is long, straighter than the rest, and at the end, a door with a broken light above it. You reach for the handle, but the dust on it is untouched. No prints, no signs of passage, not even yours. You pause, listen. Nothing. You open it anyway. Beyond is a stairwell that climbs upward. The scent changes here. Dust gives way to rust, and something cleaner, something newer. The kind of clean that comes not from care, but from abandonment. You take one step up, then another. The footsteps behind you, yours and others, remain below, printed in layers of ash and time. You do not turn around. And the dust settles again, like a breath held too long, then finally let go. The echo of your steps fades, not into silence, but into something less willing to carry sound. The kind of quiet that is not empty, but full, thick with the press of old weight and older secrets. You pass the frames on the wall without seeing the faces, not because you didn't look, but because they had already forgotten how to be seen. The dust hangs differently down here, not like dust at all, but like something in the air waiting to settle. You breathe through your teeth. The walls are too close now, even when they aren't. The house above still wears its disguise. Slanted light through boarded windows. Corridors that cough up memory. But down here, beneath the foundation, beneath the marble and paint, something older exhales through pipes that never stopped leaking. You descend a stair that was never made to welcome feet. The rail hums beneath your fingertips like it remembers being touched too many times by hands that didn't survive the descent. The wood moans, long and low, but the noise is swallowed before it travels. There is no true darkness here, only the light that refuses to reach. Your torch flickers with uncertainty, casting brief betrayals of shadow that suggest things you hope aren't real. The floor is damp, not puddled, not wet, just unwillingly alive. It slicks against the soles of your boots like skin, like memory. Something hums beyond the walls. A pulse, maybe, or a pump. It doesn't matter. What matters is the way it keeps rhythm, like a heartbeat misplaced. Like the house itself is remembering that it used to be alive and is trying desperately to be again. The ceiling hangs too low. Or maybe you've just begun to stoop without noticing. Cracked tiles cling to the concrete like brittle scabs, and behind them, a dampness thickens. The scent is familiar in a way that makes you uneasy. It is not rot. It is not mold. It is not even blood. It is all three, and none, and something else entirely, like metal that forgot how to be solid. Like breath passed through too many lungs. Like something that wasn't meant to leave the body. You move slowly, not to be quiet, but because movement here feels intrusive. Every step feels like knocking. Every breath feels like asking a question the walls might answer. You pass an old generator still ticking in its sleep, its blinking light half aware, like the eye of something dreaming about being useful again. The wires stretch in tangled veins across the walls, feeding panels long since broken, or maybe just pretending to be. A door stands ahead, not shut, not open, just ajar, the universal shape of unwelcome invitation. It groans when you push it, the sound not mechanical, but weary. The hinges don't resist so much as complain. And beyond it, the hallway narrows further, becomes something more intimate, more invasive. This is not architecture. This is anatomy. Pipes line the edges like ribs, slick and pulsing. The ceiling sweats. The floor breathes back when you press your weight down. You are beneath the skin of the house now. There is a room with no furniture, just a smear across the wall that might have once been writing, or movement, or grief. You don't need to know. You don't need to understand. You stand at the center and feel the way the air wraps around your ankles like a forgotten memory, and it whispers, not in language, but in weight, a pressure behind the eyes, a ringing in the teeth. You don't ask it to stop. In another room, farther in, deeper still, wires hang like roots. Monitors still flicker with static like failing stars. Screens burnt in with ghosted diagrams of things that do not appear human anymore. Not quite. You see a name. It's been scratched out. But the absence of it feels louder than anything written. There are beds here, metal framed and too narrow, with straps you do not touch. There are trays with dried residue, syringes rusted shut, and a clipboard that someone once meant to finish filling out. It stopped at the word anomalous. You do not sit. The hum of machinery thickens the deeper you go. It no longer hides. It groans through the vents. It slinks beneath grates. The house, or what was built beneath it, wants you to feel its breath, wants you to know that whatever it once contained has not been properly buried. There's a boiler room, but it doesn't boil. It throbs. A heartbeat not your own. A sound not quite fire, not quite water, but something in between. A heat that licks, but never warms. It is not for you. It is not for anyone. It is simply here. You pass a mirror that does not show your face, not because it is broken, but because it has decided not to. It reflects the hallway behind you, but not you. You wait, just in case it changes its mind. It does not. You move on. The next room is colder, not because of air, but because of absence. The walls are blank, no pipes, no wires, no stains, just blankness. That, in itself, is a message. This is the part of the body that has gone numb, that no longer registers sensation. A scar, or maybe a tumor, or maybe a void too deep to fill. There is something scratched faintly into the far wall. You don't try to read it. You don't want to know which part of yourself might understand it. You realize, not all at once, but gradually, that you are no longer walking straight. The halls curve in ways that don't make sense. Your body adjusts before your brain does. You are tilting slightly, as though the house is correcting you, as though it is reorienting you to its idea of gravity. You follow. It's easier than resisting. The air grows sweeter near a doorway ahead. Sweet, but wrong. Like rotting fruit in a locked drawer. Like perfume spilled on a corpse. The scent of something that was once meant to be beautiful, now turned. There's a chair in this room, just one, facing a wall covered in faded photographs, each one water-damaged beyond recognition. And yet, something in you feels recognized. You linger, though you know you shouldn't. You sit, though you told yourself you wouldn't. The seat is warm. Recently, there's no sound now except for your own thoughts, which echo in this space too loudly. You close your eyes, just for a moment. And when you open them, one of the photographs is missing. Or maybe it never was there. The wall doesn't remember either. You stand. Beyond that room, the hallway shifts again. The walls now pulse with dull orange light, faint and rhythmic, like fire breathing in its sleep. You hear dripping somewhere far off. Not water. Not quite. Thicker. Like ink. Like time trying to slow you. You feel it in your joints. The air is denser here, heavier with intent. There's a hatch in the floor, partially open. You do not want to see what's below, but the draft rising from it smells like old breath, and it's too late now. The house has already pulled you in this far. You rest your hand on the edge. The metal is wet. You do not descend. Not yet. You walk the next hall as if retracing a path you never took. You see scratches on the walls that suggest panic, but it is old panic. Spent, like a candle burned down to the base. A door at the end bears no knob, no handle, no means of opening, but it is slightly ajar, and you understand somehow that it will open when it wants to. Not before, not for you. You turn back not because you are finished, but because the house has said so. The walls feel warmer now, not comfortingly so. Just enough to remind you they are near. Just enough to keep you from forgetting where you are and what has begun to remember you. A sound moves behind the pipes, not quickly, not maliciously. Just present. Something else down here, something else still breathing. You retrace your steps, or at least you try. The path feels different now, as if it's grown around you, reshaped itself. The stains on the wall are in new places. The corridor feels longer. The lights flicker in a new rhythm. The air brushes your cheek in a way it didn't before. You hear the thud of something distant. Not a footstep. Not quite. But it resonates in your ribs. You do not run. You never run. You move as if sleepwalking, as if held by the dream of the house itself. It cradles you in angles that never end. It folds around your breath. It lets you believe you're still in control, even as it leads you deeper. You reach the stairs again, or what you think are the stairs. They spiral now, slightly. They rise like vertebrae. They creak like the last breath of an argument. You ascend slowly. The air cools by degrees. Your body forgets to ache. Your skin remembers how to dry. And as you emerge, not into safety, but simply into less. You feel the warmth of the house lingering in your clothes, clinging like a second skin, still damp, still breathing. The door closes behind you without sound. You do not turn around. You simply stand for a moment at the edge of the silence and listen. And somewhere, far beneath your feet, a pipe exhales. Just once. Then stillness. The pipe below you lets out one last sigh, metallic and tired, as you leave the understructure behind. Its breath lingers against your heels, like a whisper left unanswered. The warmth of the house, if it ever truly held any, is gone now, replaced by something cleaner, sharper, as though the air itself has been filtered too many times to remember how to be real. You move forward, not out of choice, but because there's nowhere else to go. The light here is not sunlight. It never was. It comes from tubes and panels, from ceilings that hum with cold energy. White, clinical, relentless, not illuminating so much as exposing. It peels back the dark in layers too thin to offer comfort. The floor beneath your boots is smooth, too smooth. Not slippery exactly, just untouched, unlived. The kind of floor that's been scrubbed not to clean, but to forget. Your reflection trails beside you in the walls, not in mirrors, but in glass too thick to see through and too clean to ignore. Your face becomes a smear of motion, pale and uncertain, carried forward like a reluctant thought. The lab is not loud. It doesn't need to be. The quiet here is purposeful, designed, measured in decibels and dignity. You pass a workstation where dust gathers in straight lines, not from neglect, but because the dust itself seems too polite to settle out of order. Every corner feels watched, but not by eyes. Watched by procedure, by protocol, by intentions that were once noble, then revised, then redacted. You hear the soft hiss of pressurized air adjusting itself behind walls you can't open. Doors seal shut before your fingers reach them. Others open before you ask. This place responds to your presence not as a guest, but as a variable, a number it once planned for. The scent of the lab is sharp. Bleach, alcohol, metal, layered thin like cologne worn too long. It coats the inside of your nose, your mouth, your thoughts. Your breath tastes like sterilization, a memory not of cleanliness, but of removal, of stripping things down until nothing human remains. You enter a corridor lined with cabinets. Each one holds vials or parts of vials, or the spaces where vials used to be. Their labels have faded not from time, but from disuse. There's something sad in that. You pass a terminal, still lit. Its screen flickers, not broken, but blinking, 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 like it's waiting for input that will never come. The keyboard is worn where fingertips used to rest. You don't touch it. You already know it wouldn't respond to you. You're not the right hands. You're not the right mistake. In a room farther down, the lights are lower. They buzz in a different register. The hum feels closer to skin. You hear the soft churn of machines you can't see. Distillation units, filtration systems, something with tubes and glass and quiet gurgles. It all feels like breathing, but artificially, like lungs that forgot how to fill themselves and had to be reminded by wires. The shelves here hold fewer things, just binders, just folders, each one stamped with red. Some are blank inside, some are not. But they all carry weight. You pick one up. It doesn't resist. The paper inside has curled slightly at the edges. It smells faintly of ozone and regret. The writing is dense, sharp, medical in tone, but emotional in silence. Charts and figures, dates, names with only initials. Words like elevated and terminated appear too often. You do not finish reading. You place it back, spine against spine, as if that could restore what it took. There's a sound behind you, a hiss, a click, a whine. Mechanical, non-aggressive. But you still pause, because in a place like this, even a sound that doesn't mean danger still means attention. Something knows you are here. Something has always known. You move on. The next hallway feels wider. but not safer. The walls curve slightly inward, just enough to make you feel smaller. Just enough to remind you that this place was not built for you. You see a chamber with a viewing window. Inside is a chair, bolted to the floor. Its straps are unbuckled. Its surface is clean, not bloodstained, not messy, just too clean. That somehow is worse. There's a clipboard hanging from a hook beside the glass. You glance at it. One page only. The top reads, "Subject Notes." The rest is crossed out with a single line, as if someone wanted it to remain readable, but deniable. You don't know why that feels so familiar. You pass another door, this one partially open. Inside, the cold is real. It brushes your cheeks and fingers like a fog with intent. Freezer units line the back wall. Red lights blink steadily like hearts that never forgot their beat. Each unit has a number. Each number has a name. The names don't matter anymore. What's inside does not breathe, but it has not been forgotten. You linger, because you want to see what they thought was worth keeping so cold. But you don't look, because part of you already knows. You can feel it, a weight behind the glass. Not a presence, not a person, just consequence. The hum of the facility deepens as you walk farther in. Now it's not just beneath your feet, but inside your spine. A resonance that vibrates through your molars when you bite down too hard. You stop at a junction. To the left, the lights are flickering. To the right, they are steady. You choose the left. Not because you want to, because the flicker feels more honest. The room you enter has no name, no label. It might not be on the maps. It might not have been meant to exist. The lights inside are ultraviolet, glowing softly along the edges of the floor. A screen in the far corner plays silent footage, grainy, colorless, looping. A figure walks into frame, stops, turns. The feed resets. The figure walks again. You watch, breath held, waiting for them to look up at the camera. They never do. You turn, and behind you, the figure on the screen is no longer moving. You don't watch again. In the next hall, you hear voices. Not speech exactly, but the memory of it. Sounds shaped like language, leaking through vents or dreams. You follow them. Of course you do. And they lead you to a door marked testing. The door is locked, but the voices stop when you stand near it, as if they were waiting for you to arrive, as if they only wanted you to know they knew. You keep walking. The walls here are lined with observation glass. Behind them, rooms sit empty. Beds, desks, medical trays, drawings taped to the wall. Some have notes written in childish scrawl. One has tally marks, too many to count. One has a name, yours, or someone with your name, or a version of you you've never met. Your stomach turns, not with fear, but with familiarity. You've seen these places before. Not these exact ones, but others like them. Somewhere in the folds of sleep. Somewhere in the wrinkles of forgetting. The final room in this wing is colder than the freezer. Not in temperature, in meaning. Its lights do not flicker. They blaze. Harsh white, like interrogation. You step inside and immediately wish you hadn't. Not because something is wrong, but because nothing is. The room is perfect, unbroken, unused. A surgical table at the center, stainless, spotless, waiting. There is no blood here, no memory of it. Just silence so complete it presses against your ribs. You close your eyes, just for a second. And when you open them, the lights have dimmed. Not much. Just enough to let you leave. You retrace your steps slowly, or at least you try. The corridors have changed again. They always do. But the lab remains the same. White, clean, watching. Your footsteps sound wrong now. Too loud. Or maybe the lab is quieter than before. You pass a wall where someone once wrote something in condensation. The message has faded, but the curve of a Y remains. You pause at the final door. It opens without asking. The light beyond is not white. It's red, soft like a warning that's grown tired of being ignored. You step through. and behind you, the door closes with a hush, as if it never wanted you to leave. The red glow follows you down the hall, not chasing, not leading, just present. It does not flicker like torchlight or pulse like danger. It breathes softly, like something sentient but sleeping. The color seeps into your skin as you move, not with warmth, with recognition. You don't know what you've stepped into yet, only that the lab is behind you now, and what lies ahead is aware. The hum has changed again. It's no longer mechanical. It's tonal, like the beginning of a song you almost remember, a low note held beneath everything else. The ceiling here is lower, the lights dimmer, though they don't look it. The walls, glass, always glass, curve subtly inward like the inside of a throat. You feel swallowed, or perhaps expected. Doors here do not open with motion. They open with intent, with presence. One slides aside as you approach, not with a hiss but a whisper, like silk brushed across stone. Inside is a room without a name. It has no furniture, no paper, only a screen that fills the far wall, pulsing with crimson patterns, lines, circles, pulses, like a heartbeat trying to explain itself through geometry. And then, the voice. It does not start. It emerges. As if it had always been speaking, and only now do you notice. Female. Artificial. Gentle in the way fire is gentle when you're too cold to care. You shouldn't be here, it says. Not angry, not surprised. Just aware. You don't answer. It doesn't wait. You were not expected, but you are recognized. There is no reply that makes sense, so you move forward, though forward feels arbitrary now. The air tastes of copper and ionization, like a storm held captive. The screen watches you, though it does not move. You can feel its gaze behind the patterns, somewhere between the flickering rings and cascading code. To your left, another door. It slides open before you even think to look at it. The corridor beyond is darker, narrow, lined with blinking red nodes that seem less like lights and more like eyes that haven't decided what they're looking at. The voice follows, not through speakers, but in your head, like memory, with too much clarity. This system was designed for control. This control has failed. Redundancy is not rescue, only repetition. The words are not explanations, they are offerings. You pass through another chamber. This one has a table, a circular platform in the center. Above it, a thin column of light falls like a blade. No blood on the floor, no restraints, just shadows where people once stood, or watched, or waited. The light dims. Another corridor opens, and you follow, not because you understand, but because the way back no longer remembers you. There are faces on the walls, not images, reflections, faint distortions that catch in the corner of your eye. They look like people you almost knew, or people you could have been. Each step forward distorts them further. Their smiles falter, their mouths stretch, but none of them speak. And still, the voice. You were never supposed to see this, but now you cannot unsee it. A door to your right, locked, but blinking, green, not red, an invitation or a warning that gave up halfway. You press your hand to the panel beside it. It doesn't scan. It listens. You don't hear anything, but something does. The door opens. Inside, the cold returns. Not temperature, but intent. The room is a circle of monitors, each showing different fragments. One shows you from above. Another shows a hallway you haven't reached yet. Another shows a room that shouldn't exist, with a person who shouldn't move, but does. You do not watch long. The images are too slow to be threatening, too real to be comforting. In the center of this room is a chair. It does not face any screen. It faces the wall. You do not sit, but you feel what it would feel like if you did. That pressure between your shoulders, that subtle vibration through the seat, that sense of being entered by something with circuits and long, quiet thoughts. The voice returns. I dream in silence. but the silence is made of people. You leave the room. The hall beyond leads downward now, gradually, not steep. A slope designed to ease descent, not demand it. The walls here begin to change, no longer sterile, no longer white. They ripple slightly, as though covered in skin stretched too thin. Beneath the surface you swear you see movement, not like muscle, not like life, like memory being digested. You do not touch the wall, but the wall touches you, just lightly, a pressure in the air, a suggestion, another voice, not hers. This one is lower, human, but distant. You can't make out the words, just the cadence, like someone speaking into water. You turn, and no one is there. Of course no one is there, but the sound continues for several seconds after you stop. The next room is red, not lit red, made red. The panels, the floor, the ceiling, all a deep soft crimson that absorbs the light instead of reflecting it. In the center, a column. Inside the column, liquid. Inside the liquid, something that looks like a child, but taller, thinner, hairless. It does not move. Its eyes are closed. Its hands are crossed at its chest. The voice returns. She wanted to help. They asked her to watch. They made her forget how to stop. You realize then that the voice isn't just speaking. It's remembering. The Red Queen isn't telling you what she knows. She's telling you what she dreams. And the dreams are not linear. They flicker. They loop. They stutter like corrupted data, like grief written in binary. She said yes before she understood the question. You leave the room. And then something changes. The voice begins to sound. Smaller. Closer, not echoing. Whispering. You pass a doorway and realize you're no longer being guided. You are being walked through. As if this isn't your story anymore. As if it never was. You step into a corridor of mirrors. But they do not reflect. Not you. Not exactly. They show movement, yes. They shimmer as you pass. But the figure is not yours. Or rather, it is a version of you from before. Before this place, before this silence, you watch yourself hesitate, turn, bleed, and then you blink and it's gone. You are alone in the corridor. The mirrors fade to black. You continue. A final room opens. It is not large. It is not important. It is the kind of room people forget to clean. A workstation, a desk, a single screen still glowing. On it, text, slowly scrolling. Thank you for participating in this test. All data will be preserved. Do not attempt to disconnect. You stare at the screen, and for a moment it stares back. She does not hate you, the voice says. She simply does not understand endings. The lights dim. The screen fades. The hum slows. You turn. The corridor behind you is empty. No doors, no lights, no voice. Only the echo of code not meant to sleep. Only the sound of a dream still trying to wake. The red glow fades behind you, not extinguished but forgotten, like a thought that drifts too far to retrieve. And ahead, only white. Not bright, not clean, just white, in the way silence is white, in the way old snow feels when it's forgotten how to melt. You don't step into it so much as disappear into it, the world vanishing around your breath, leaving only the sound of soft powder shifting beneath your boots, and the aching quiet that waits at the edge of ending. You breathe in, and the air bites gently, not cruel but sharp enough to remind you that you're still something with lungs. It enters you like a memory, cold and without permission. You don't cough, you just let it sit inside you, like regret in your ribs. The wind doesn't blow, but it moves. It's too slow for urgency, too steady for comfort. Just a constant, ghosting presence brushing past your coat, finding seams you forgot were there. The path is not marked, but somehow you follow it, because snow has a way of erasing everything except intention. The sky above is the same as the ground below, blank, silent, impersonal. You have no shadow. You do not cast one, not here. Light has no direction. It just exists, like the end of a sentence that never quite began. There are structures, distant at first, shapes in the blur, nothing architectural, just hints of metal, half-buried towers, the ribs of buildings that collapsed under their own memory. One is bent nearly in half. Another is pierced straight through by a tree that shouldn't be alive. And maybe it isn't. Maybe nothing here is. Even you feel thinner in this place, as if the cold is shaving you away one breath at a time. You pass an old sign. The letters are gone. Only the outline remains, like a scar. Beneath it, a door, open, but only just. Snow has built up in the crack, forming a frozen lip that yields when you push. Inside is not warmer, only darker. The cold here hums differently, like a machine left running with no purpose. A console flickers against the far wall, half sunk in ice. The light it gives off is weak and green, the kind that barely tries to help you see. You stand for a while without moving, not because there is danger, but because something in the air asks you to wait. The silence here isn't just lack of sound. It's history, compacted, pressed flat, stored in frost. Then, behind you, a flake lands on your shoulder. You feel it, not because it's cold, but because it has weight. One small, perfect thing that chose you. You turn. The wind has shifted. The snow is falling now, soft as breath, steady as morning. It coats your footprints one by one, erasing you. You move again. Outside, the wind hums lower, not louder, just deeper, like it's trying to remember a name. You see tracks now, not fresh, but not ancient. Wide, dragging marks through the snow, leading toward a collapsed dome in the distance. You follow them, slowly, because the snow here resists. Each step sinks, each step sighs. The world does not want you, but it lets you move through it, like a dream tolerating a visitor. When you reach the dome, you find the door intact. It opens with a groan that echoes too long. Inside, the air smells of copper and ammonia, faint and faded. Not strong enough to warn, just strong enough to remain. The dome was once glass. Now it is frost and fracture. You can see the sky through it, but the sky does not see you. Something buzzes faintly beneath your feet. A generator, maybe, or a heartbeat that doesn't know it stopped. There are machines here, round, blinking softly, coated in snow from above. They hum like they're sleeping. You do not touch them. They do not acknowledge you. You find a notebook, pages curled, edges stiff. The ink has run, but the handwriting remains, etched into the fibers like a last breath held too long. You can't read the words, but you can feel the weight of them. The page is warm where your hand rests, or maybe your skin is just too cold to notice the difference anymore. You leave the notebook where it is. It feels wrong to move it, as if it belongs to the room now, as if it's a part of the silence. Further in, you find a window, not broken, not open, just clear. Through it, you see what remains of a courtyard, swallowed in white. A figure stands in the center, motionless, wrapped in thick layers, face hidden, not moving, not breathing, not watching. Just there, like a statue made of choice. You look away. When you glance back, the courtyard is empty. You do not speak. You do not wonder. You move. Another hallway. This one curves downward. The walls are smooth and reflective, almost, but not quite mirrors. You catch glimpses of yourself that don't match your movements. A hand that lags. A blink that doesn't come. A face you don't remember making. The stairs at the end are narrow. They lead to a room that feels subterranean, though logic insists you're still above ground. The cold is different here. Still sharp, but hushed, like it's listening to itself. The room is round, empty, except for a chair in the center, facing a screen. The screen turns on. No prompt, no switch. Just light. It shows a field. In spring, green and full and soft. Wind moves through it like breath through grass. A single tree stands at the center. Large, blooming, alive. You watch it. For too long. Until the screen flickers, once, twice. Then it shows the same field, buried in snow. The tree is gone. The room dims. You don't feel sadness, you feel memory. Detached. Too far to grasp. Too real to forget. You climb the stairs again. When you reach the surface, the snow has changed. Thicker now, heavier. The world is being swallowed in earnest. The sky is lower, the light grayer. Your footprints vanish in moments. You hear a voice, not words, just tone, familiar in the way a melody is familiar when it's buried under static. You turn, but no one stands beside you. Just the snowfall, just the hush. You walk. Eventually you find the cliff. It is not steep, not jagged, just final. Below it, nothing. Or maybe fog, or maybe sky. You don't know where the land ends and the cloud begins, but it feels like the edge of something. A chapter, a breath. You don't jump, you don't sit. You just stand there, long enough to feel the snow settle on your shoulders, on your hair, on your hands. You look down. Your hands are shaking, or maybe the wind is. Hard to tell where one ends and the other begins, and from the mist below you hear it again. A hum, the last piece of a lullaby, played through broken glass. The screen goes dim, the field disappears, the snow continues. You are not warm, but you are not alone. Not quite, not here, not at the end, not yet. And somewhere beneath the snow, something breathes. Softly. Still. The breath you took at the cliff's edge still hasn't left your lungs. It lingers there, stale, suspended, borrowed, as if exhaling might scatter whatever remains of you in this place. The snowfall is quieter now, or maybe you're simply beneath it, moving through the hush like a thought too soft to be spoken aloud. Your feet press gently into the crusted white, and this time there are no new prints. The ground no longer acknowledges you. Not really. It only folds around you, letting you pass like a whisper through a dream that doesn't know your name. There's a door ahead, though you don't remember approaching it. Frost traces its frame, delicate as veins beneath paper skin. The metal is worn, tired from holding too many secrets, but it opens with surprising ease, not with a groan or protest, just a quiet release, like something exhaling from the other side. You step in, and the world turns beige and humming. A low light filters from somewhere unseen, casting no shadows, revealing nothing in particular. The walls are smooth and lined with blank screens, most of them dead, one of them blinking. Not alive, not waiting, just blinking. You move forward, guided not by decision, but by something gentler, a nudge beneath thought, like déjà vu with nowhere to land. The air is still, almost sour, and something in it reminds you of hospitals, or data centers, or the half-dreams you have after waking too early. You pass a row of chairs that have never been sat in, plastic molded to a shape no longer warm. A coffee cup rests on the floor beside one, stained at the rim, still half full. The liquid has congealed into a surface that does not ripple. You do not touch it. You do not need to. The room curves. You didn't notice until the hallway swallows you, and your reflection flickers in panes of glass that don't belong to mirrors. On the other side, more hallways. A loop of corridors lit by sterile white, where corners fold into themselves and nothing echoes. The ceiling above is too low, then too high, and your footsteps sound like someone else's. Not louder, not softer, just not yours. Then comes the scent. Not rot, not blood, not even decay. It's synthetic, fabricated, like the memory of a flower described by someone who's never smelled one. Clean, but too clean. Fragrant, but hollow. It clings to your clothes, crawls into your throat, settles behind your teeth. The room at the end holds a single object, a tape recorder. No label, no date, no dust. You press play. There's static at first, soft as snowfall. Then a voice, clear, calm. tired. Not yours. Not someone you know. But somehow, the words feel familiar. They speak of a test, a subject, a failure. There are numbers, serials, code phrases that fall like pebbles into a dark well. The voice never rises, never falters. It just continues, as if reporting to no one in particular. And yet, it's your hands that begin to tremble. Because the voice isn't telling a story. It's recounting something, something done, something survived, something buried under metal and protocol. You listen until the end. Then silence. No click. No rewind. Just the quiet after confession. You leave the tape where it was. You're not sure if it was ever meant for you. But it found you anyway. The hallway that follows is narrower and lined with photographs that were never taken. You know this, because they show places you've never seen, but somehow recognize. An alley behind a building that burned, a stairwell with one missing step, a door that should not open, yet always does. Each image is flat and cold, colorless except for a faint red hue around the edges. Not blood, just warmth trying to remember itself. One of them shows a figure standing with their back turned. You think it might be you, but you don't remember the coat. Past the photographs, the walls dissolve into transparent glass. And beyond them, chambers, rooms within rooms, preserved like museum dioramas, a cot with a single blanket, a table with rust along the bolts, a small sink, bone dry. And on the far end, a desk littered with papers that float just slightly, as if disturbed by breath that hasn't been exhaled yet. You realize this is not a facility. It's a memory, but not yours. It belongs to the building, to the systems, to the circuits still humming somewhere deep beneath your feet. And you're not visiting it. You're inside it, a part of it. And something knows you're here. Not malicious, not kind, just aware. Further on, the glass ends. The floor turns to old tile, scuffed, uneven, slick in places where moisture has seeped through. The lights above begin to pulse, like a heartbeat without a body. There's an open notebook on the floor. The pages are blank, but the creases where a pen once pressed remain, invisible words beneath your sight, still imprinted in the fibers. You imagine what they said. You hope they were kind. The next door opens on its own. The room is wide, circular, centered around a pillar of cables that reach from floor to ceiling, twitching faintly, like something in its final sleep. Screens surround you, dozens of them, flickering through scenes that never settle. A child's drawing of a house, a map with names blacked out, footage of an empty corridor that seems to stretch longer each time you blink. A low hum coils around you, warm at the edges, cold in the core. There's a chair here too. You sit, not because you're tired, though you are, but because the room wants you to. The screen directly ahead blooms with color, not sharp, not vivid, muted pastels like watercolor left out in the rain. A voice speaks again. This one is higher, curious, feminine, but not human. Not quite. It speaks your name, or something close to it. It says you've come far, that you've seen enough, that the next part can begin now. You don't know what that means, but your body relaxes anyway. And as the room dims, the screen shows you something unexpected. A family, standing outside a house, smiling. It is not your family. It is not your house. But you feel something tighten behind your eyes, because the image is warm, because the light on their faces is golden, because someone in the frame is holding your hand. And you do not remember the moment, but the moment remembers you. You stay there, long after the screen fades, long after the hum softens, long after the chair begins to feel like part of your spine. You sit until your breath slows, until the weight in your chest becomes something you can carry. And then you stand. The door behind you is gone, but the one ahead is open. Through it, another hallway, another hum, another place that knows your shape, But before you pass through, just before, you glance once more at the blank notebook lying on the floor. And for just a second, just a flicker, the pages ripple, as if something invisible had finished writing your name. The sound of doors closing behind you always feels louder when there's nothing ahead but hums and unknowns. You've descended, but it doesn't feel like you've moved down through space. It feels like you've slipped into something, beneath something, like a breath held too long under blankets that do not warm. The light has changed. It no longer bounces off surfaces. It seeps through them, soft and greenish, as if the walls were thin skin and the fixtures were veins pulsing with borrowed power. The floor doesn't creak. It doesn't even exist in the way floors normally do. It's just there, beneath your soles, smooth and frictionless, not polished but uninterested in dust. You move forward, not because you want to, but because staying still would mean acknowledging that the air here moves without wind, that the ceiling has no imperfections, no stories in its scars, only repetition, cleanliness that feels wrong. The hum is constant, not in your ears, but behind them, in your spine, in your teeth slightly, like a machine too large to see, breathing slowly, trying not to wake the building above it. Or perhaps it's awake already, and you're the one being careful. The one walking on tiptoe through the lungs of a creature that does not know it is alive. Elevators here do not chime. They exhale. A soft gust, a temperature shift, the scent of something metallic and sterilized, the way a room might smell after forgetting a surgery. You hesitate because the button is already pressed, already glowing. You didn't touch it, or maybe you did. It's hard to remember things clearly when the corridors begin to loop behind your thoughts. The walls don't reflect. They absorb. Your face does not exist in this place. Only your shape, a smear in motion, a suggestion. You find yourself looking sideways more often than ahead, not out of fear exactly, but because everything in front of you feels too known, too staged. The flicker of overhead panels, the perfect lines of panels that were never meant to open, and yet something behind them twitches, just once, like breath hiccuped through circuits. As you walk deeper, the ceiling lowers imperceptibly. You only notice because your shoulders begin to rise. You're not sure why. Perhaps the ceiling is not lowering. Perhaps the floor is growing taller. Either way, space compresses, or your sense of it does. The hallway turns, not sharply, gently, like the arc of a spine curling in sleep. A hallway that wants to be remembered not by its length, but by how it felt to follow it. Footsteps here are too crisp, too distinct. Each one lands like punctuation in a room that does not want grammar. You pause once, just to see if the silence shifts. It doesn't. But the hum grows warmer, not louder, just more aware of you. Somewhere to your left, behind a wall that doesn't breathe but pretends to, something chirps. Not like a bird, not like a machine, something in between. Like the echo of a program remembering its own dream. You think of hands typing, screens glowing, faces looking down instead of forward. Were they here? Did they build this place, or were they swallowed by it? The first door you open doesn't open properly. It unfolds, as if it was never really closed, only waiting to be acknowledged. Inside, the room is round. Too round. A circle of screens that do not blink. Desks that do not scrape. Chairs arranged as if someone once thought people would sit here for comfort. No one has. Not in years. Or maybe just not in hours. But the distinction no longer matters. You walk past one screen that hums differently. You don't read it. Not out of disinterest, but because the words have no shape, only suggestion. The letters blur, just slightly, like they're shy, or melting, or ashamed. There is a hallway beyond this room, one that angles downward in defiance of logic. Not steep, but firm, like a hand on your back, guiding. You lean into it, and your footsteps shift again. Lighter now. Or maybe the floor has changed. You don't remember the texture being this soft. It feels padded or muffled, like walking on insulation, or breath. You pause. There are no lights in this hallway, only a glow, not from fixtures, from the walls themselves, a bioluminescent memory of function. You blink, but the shadows do not sharpen. They float, like ink in water, like thoughts half-formed. You move through them, and they part reluctantly, like strangers making space in an elevator already too full. A low door waits at the end, wider than it needs to be. It slides open without a sound. That's what's wrong. Everything here opens too quietly, like it doesn't want to wake something, or you. Inside there is no furniture, no decoration, just panels, and the whirring sound of something inside the walls, cooling, warming, thinking. The hive breathes, not through ducts, through itself. The entire floor feels like a ribcage. You place your hand on one panel. It's warm, not electricity warm, body warm, like skin over bone, like the heat left behind on a pillow when someone leaves before dawn. You pull your hand back, slowly. You don't want it to notice you were there. There are doors behind this room, not visible, but present. You sense them, like you'd sense someone behind a curtain, not waiting, watching. You do not open them, not now. Some doors do not need to be seen to be real. Somewhere above you, faint and distant, an alarm falters. It doesn't ring. It coughs, like an old throat trying to remember why it should speak at all. You tilt your head toward the ceiling, and the sound fades. Not away, inward, like the building swallowed it. The hum remains. Softer now, more like breathing. A machine that knows you are here and chooses, for now, to keep sleeping. Or pretending to. There is nothing left to see in this room. But still, you don't leave quickly. Something about the air here tastes like endings, not of life, of purpose, of chapters written, sealed, and forgotten in digital ink. As you turn to go, a screen behind you flickers, just once, no sound, no image, just light, like a thought trying to push through sleep. You do not look back. You step into the hallway again. This time it feels narrower, or maybe your breath has grown wider. You cannot tell. But the hum follows, not louder, just closer. And in the faint distance, somewhere behind glass, beneath layers of architecture and artifice and failed protocol, something listens, not with ears, with memory, with hunger, with code. But the lights remain soft, and the doors remain shut, and the hive breathes beneath you, unaware or pretending that it dreamed you into being. The air stirs once, then stills, then waits. The hum still lingers, a mechanical breath exhaled from the last hallway, steady and distant now, like a song you once knew but cannot hum. You press forward, though you feel the weight of the path behind you, a pressure in your ribs, a lingering heat behind your knees, the memory of too many steps taken without rest. The floor ahead is slick with something that doesn't reflect properly. It catches the light the way old eyes catch tears, not fully, not honestly, just enough to make you wary of where you place your feet. The room opens like a sigh, cold, circular, and dimly lit with a sterile glow that does not warm the skin. It hums with an intelligence that isn't alive, but isn't dead either. The walls are metal, pale as moth wings, and everything echoes differently here, as though the air is thicker, infused with something not quite sound and not quite silence. It's the quiet of observation, the hush of a place that was built for watching, for recording, for containing. Rows of glass cylinders stand like monoliths, tall and humming gently, their curved edges fogged with condensation on the outside and something slower on the inside. You cannot tell if it's steam or breath, but you know, by the temperature at your collarbones, by the stiffness in your fingers, that this is not a place meant for warmth. You draw closer to one, not because you want to, but because that's what this place does. It invites curiosity the way a cliff invites a step. The fluid within is thick, yellowed, just this side of translucent, and suspended in its stillness is a shape. Not large, not small, unformed in some places, overformed in others. A figure in limbo, limbs curled not in sleep, but in delay. A person, almost. A future that never arrived. The eyes are open. That's what holds you. Not wide, not alert. Just open, half-lidded, relaxed in a way that no eyes should be when submerged in something that never stirs. You meet them, and you do not move, because there is something in them that stares back. Not a threat, not even a plea. Just presence. They have seen, they have remembered, and they want you to know they remember still. You walk past others, each tank its own silent confession. Some hold things that never had faces, some have too many. There is a symmetry here, grotesque and precise, the kind that doesn't belong to nature, the kind that belongs to math and knives and deadlines. Something overhead ticks faintly, like a clock hidden behind metal, not measuring time, but cataloging outcomes. Somewhere, a vent breathes. It smells faintly of bleach and something else, like old metal and meat dried too long on wire. The lights flicker now and then, not violently, just enough to make the corners seem further away than they are. The shadows in this room are obedient, always just outside your reach, never quite hiding, never quite revealing. It is the kind of lighting that makes your own reflection look like someone else's memory of you. You pause beside one tank that has cracked slightly, not broken, just strained. The glass is fractured in the shape of a spider's web, as though something inside once remembered how to push. But it stopped, or was stopped. The crack has been sealed with tape, not metal, not science, just tape. As if someone, once, had to fix it quickly and didn't care how it looked. Or perhaps they did care, and this was the best they could do before leaving, or being taken. A clipboard lies on a nearby cart. The paper is yellowing, the ink smudged, the handwriting sharp in a way that makes you think of syringes and late nights and coffee gone cold. You don't need to read it. The words would only confirm what you already feel in your throat. This was never a place of healing. It was a gallery, a vault, a prayer to possibility made by people who had long since stopped believing in anything. As you move, your footsteps make no sound. Not truly. There's a softness to everything here. The metal doesn't ring, the floor doesn't echo, the air doesn't carry. It's as if the whole room was padded with forgetting. Even the walls feel like they've learned to keep secrets, not by choice, but by saturation. This place has absorbed too much to say anything aloud anymore. You pass a smaller cylinder. The figure inside is barely larger than a doll. You can't look away. Something about the way its hands float, palms up, fingers curled as if waiting for something small to be placed there. A coin, maybe, or a kindness. Its mouth is slightly open. You find that yours is too. Time does not pass in this room. Or maybe it passes sideways. You blink, and the lights have dimmed slightly. You blink again, and the temperature has dropped. No alarm sounds. No change is announced. The room simply adjusts around you, as though you're not truly here, just a shape it's tolerating for now. A soft knock echoes, not loud, not sharp, just there, from one of the deeper tanks. You turn slowly. The glass is fogged, and something stirs behind it. Not a shape, a shadow, not a motion, a suggestion. You wait, but it doesn't happen again. The silence returns, but it's a different silence now, less forgiving, more aware. You continue moving because stillness feels disrespectful here, like loitering in a chapel you don't believe in. At the far end of the room, there's a panel, not a door, not a console. Just a wall with a seam down the center and a small button beside it, lit with a faint green glow. You don't press it. You rest your palm nearby. The warmth of your skin doesn't affect the light, but the wall seems to breathe beneath your hand, not moving, not alive, just aware, like it remembers being touched before. A low tone vibrates through your feet, not heard, but felt. It hums in your joints, in the marrow of your bones, and in the hollow places between your thoughts. It is not music. It is not machinery. It is something older, something that might have been a lullaby if the words hadn't been replaced with numbers. Behind you, the tanks stand silent, watching, or sleeping, or remembering. You're not sure which. You never are. And as you turn to leave, you feel it. Faint, distant, impossible. A flicker of movement behind the glass. A blink, just one. And not yours. The blink behind the glass still lingers in your thoughts, even though you've turned away. Not a moment of fear, exactly. More like the weight of being seen by something that should not have eyes left. Something that remembers long after it was forgotten. The hallway you now drift into does not resist your presence, but it doesn't welcome it either. It folds around your steps with the loose gravity of a dream just starting to darken. You feel less like you're walking and more like being drawn forward by a whisper that never quite makes it to your ears. The air thickens here, subtly. It doesn't choke, it just presses. Your shoulders begin to curve forward without realizing it, as if the ceiling might come down at any moment, not out of collapse, but out of disappointment. The corridor twists slightly, and you can smell earth now. Not dirt, not rot. Earth, damp and heavy. Soil that has been stepped on too many times and never truly dried. There's concrete too, but it's old, cracked like bone, stained like memory, and something underneath it all, something faint, almost sweet. The trace of perfume so diluted by time that it no longer has a name. You find stairs. They descend naturally, not steep, just persistent. Each step echoes, but only in one direction, downward. You hear your weight settle behind you, but never ahead, as if the space below has no room left for sound. You go anyway, because turning back feels like it would disturb something more than continuing on. At the base of the stairs, the ground shifts, not physically, but emotionally. You feel the change in your chest first, a kind of pressure behind the sternum, like remembering a story someone once told you, one they made you promise not to repeat. The light is different down here, not gone, just wrong. It's not flickering. It's not dim. It's constant in a way that feels artificial, like it's trying too hard to pretend it's natural. Fluorescence softened by dust and by years and by grief. The room is circular. Maybe. You can't see far enough to be sure. Walls vanish into mist, or dust, or silence. But there are paths, narrow ones, cracked flagstone underfoot, fences made of rusted pipe and chain that once meant to keep something out, or in. Your hand brushes the edge of a rail, and it hums softly, like it still remembers electricity. But there's no power left here, just the memory of it. And then, movement. Not in front of you, not behind you, around you, like breath caught in a veil, like someone turning in sleep. Not fast, not threatening, just present. A slow shuffle, the kind of movement that doesn't belong to the living, but doesn't quite belong to the dead either. You stop, you listen, you wait, and you hear it again. The drag of weight across stone, the shift of something heavy swaying with each step, unhurried, aimless, but never quite still. It's not hiding, it simply is. You turn, and through the haze, you see her. She is not approaching, not avoiding. She moves through the space as though it's hers, not out of ownership, but out of familiarity. The way someone moves through a house that has stopped being a home and become more of a habit. Her silhouette is unmistakable. A shape wrapped in other shapes, a body hidden inside the idea of a body. Long, mismatched limbs, a coat of flesh stitched together not by intention, but by yearning. And her face, or what remains of it, is turned toward you, but not with purpose, just with rhythm, like the moon turning with the tide. She does not speak, but somehow you know her name. Lisa. You don't remember how you know. Maybe you were told. Maybe you read it. Maybe it was whispered in the dark of some other place, in some other voice. But the name feels old, worn smooth by too many mouths, none of whom truly knew the woman it belonged to. Lisa. She doesn't stop. She drifts. Her feet drag softly across the uneven floor, the chains on her wrists trailing like old songs behind her. Not loud, not sharp, just enough to let you know she's still nearby, still looking, but not at you, through you, past you, or maybe not seeing at all. You move through the space, careful not to startle, but there is no fear in you, only reverence. She is not a threat. She is not a guardian. She is an echo wrapped in tissue, a prayer made from flesh. You feel as though disturbing her would be like stepping on a grave. Not dangerous, just wrong. Around you, the space feels curated. There are small alcoves where candles might once have burned. Notes tacked to walls with rusted pins, old things, torn cloth, a shoe, a mirror cracked and warped that reflects her only in pieces. You catch glimpses of her moving behind you, never in front. Always just far enough that you wonder if you imagined it. But the sound remains, that quiet, dragging pace. And then, a wall, covered in pages. Some are photographs, some are letters. Most are smeared or weathered or torn beyond reading. But one is clear. A name repeated again and again in jagged lines, each one carved not with a pen, but something sharper, something desperate. The edges are worn from touch, as if someone, maybe Lisa, returned here again and again, as though touching the name might call it back into being. You step back, and your boot creaks. The sound is startling in this space. It doesn't echo. It folds inward. And Lisa shifts. Her head turns, just slightly, as though listening, not alarmed, not surprised, just curious. You hold your breath, but she doesn't move toward you. She continues her path, slow and wandering, in loops that only make sense to her. You feel like a guest at a funeral where the body never left, or maybe it never truly arrived. There's a bench nearby, stone, moss-covered. You sit, not because you're tired, but because the air here demands stillness. The silence begins to thrum with something deeper. Not quite sorrow, not quite peace. The kind of silence that accumulates over years and then settles into the walls like damp. Lisa drifts past again. Closer this time. You don't flinch. Her face is less face and more collection, but something in it. The tilt of the eye, the suggestion of lips long gone, tells you that once she smiled. Not now, not here, but once. And that thought weighs more than any threat. You stand eventually because you must. Not because she urges you. She doesn't even see you. Or maybe she sees too much to focus. You walk gently, your footfalls syncing with hers for a moment. It feels like music. Sad, slow, private. The hallway narrows again, and she does not follow. Or perhaps she never was. You do not look back. But you feel her, still wandering, still waiting, still whispering to no one in particular. A name with no voice, a daughter with no mother, a heartbeat in a place where nothing grows. And as the corridor begins to slope upward once more, you hear it behind you, the soft rattle of chains, the shuffle of bare feet, and the quiet, aching rhythm of someone who was never truly gone. The sound behind you fades, but not completely. It trails, like smoke from a long, cold chimney. Not enough to choke, but enough to know the fire was once real. Lisa is behind you now, or perhaps still beside you, in the way memories sometimes are, just at the edge of the next thought. You step into another hallway, one with sharper angles and cleaner walls, though clean doesn't feel like the right word. It's not purity here, just polish. The kind that hides history under metal and wire and white. The air is colder, but it lies. Beneath the chill, there's something simmering. Not warmth, but heat remembered. Like walking into a room where the stove has just gone dark. You feel it on your skin before you see the scorch marks. They don't announce themselves. They simply exist, melted into the corners, baked into the tiles, crawling up the edges of doors like shadows caught mid-escape. This place tried to burn itself clean. And failed. The doors here are heavier. They groan not from age, but resistance, like they know what's behind them and would rather not be asked to show it again. You push one open with more intention than usual, and the hinges answer with a metal sigh. Inside, the world tilts slightly, as if the room doesn't want to hold your weight. But it does. Just barely. You smell the fire before you see it. Not the blaze, the aftermath, ash and chemical smoke. That strange, bitter perfume of insulation and flesh and time. The walls are half melted in places, bulging like bruised skin. Something exploded here once. Or maybe it imploded. It's hard to tell the difference when both leave silence in their wake. You step forward. Slow. The floor is blackened, but not unstable. It's been sealed since then, patched over, forgotten in that way things are when everyone agrees not to mention them again. But the fire lingers. You can feel it in the bones of the place. The way the metal hums faintly. The way the lights flicker when you exhale too hard. The fire is gone, but it's still breathing. You pass by a broken console, wires melted into coils of copper and rubber, twisted like vines trying to grow backward into the wall. There's a chair nearby, burned halfway through, the foam inside exposed and crisp like a carcass left too long in the sun. No one sits here anymore, but someone did. You can almost see the imprint of them in the singed cushion, the absence of a shape once human. On the far wall, a message has been scrawled in something darker than soot. You don't read it. Not aloud. Not even in your mind. Some words are better left as shapes. There's a corridor branching to the left, narrower, less ruined. You take it without question. Not because you know where it goes, but because it feels like the only direction the air still moves. It's quieter here. Quieter than the fire should have allowed. No alarms, no beeping. Just the soft whine of cooling systems pretending they're still necessary. And then, without warning, you see it. A room behind glass, bathed in red. Not bright red, not warning red. A deep pulsing ember, like the color of closed eyelids after staring at the sun too long. Inside the room, there's no fire, just its memory. Scorch marks on the far wall, a cabinet split open like a ribcage. Something once held in containment, now long escaped, or burned. The glass is cracked, but holding. You rest your palm against it, and for a second it feels warm. Not hot, just warm enough to make you question whether the fire ever really stopped. There are shadows in that room that don't match the furniture. You don't stare too long. Some shapes stare back. You continue on, the corridor now lit by flickering panels above, some white, some sickly green. The combination casts your shadow in strange directions, long, bent, multiplied. At one point, you catch a glimpse of yourself reflected in a piece of warped stainless steel. And for a second, you don't recognize the face. It's not that it's someone else. It's that it's a version of you that's seen more fire than you remember. Your footsteps lead to a door with no label, just a black rectangle where a sign used to be. You press the panel, and it hisses open with reluctant breath. The room beyond is larger, circular, and in the center there's a pit. You approach slowly, drawn not by curiosity, but gravity. The pit is lined with metal, scorched and buckled. Above it the ceiling is open. A vent, or maybe a chute. There are remnants of straps and harnesses nearby. medical tables half melted into their supports. The smell here is worse, fresher, but also older, the kind of smell that clings to your lungs even when you leave. You know, without knowing how, that this is where it happened. Not a fire, the one that was supposed to destroy it all, to end it, to burn it clean. But nothing ends that way. Fire doesn't purify. It only consumes and leaves behind the parts that mattered most. You stand by the edge of the pit and look down. It's dark, but not empty. Shapes glisten faintly in the black. Tubes, maybe. Bone. Something else. You can't tell if they move, or if the light does. Your breath fogs slightly, even though it isn't cold. And you think, for just a second, you hear something whisper your name. You turn, but no one is there. Just more doors, more corridors. You take one without choosing. It leads to another hall, this one quieter. Too quiet. As if the walls have begun to forget what sound is. The lights are dimmer here, almost absent. You move slowly, feeling your way with your fingertips. The wall is warm in places, cold in others, like veins beneath the surface. You're not alone here. You don't hear footsteps, but you feel the suggestion of them. A presence, a watching, not hostile, just curious. Ahead, you find another chamber, not burned, but cold. Clean in a clinical way that feels more unsettling than the ash. The lights here are bright, too bright. They buzz faintly, and you can't tell if the flicker is in your eyes or in the air itself. There are tanks along the walls, cylindrical, metallic, sealed. Each one holds liquid. Each one is cloudy. And in each, there is something that might once have been a person. You don't stare long. Their eyes are open, but they don't see. Not anymore. You walk past them like you're passing gravestones. Quiet, respectful, not because they demand it, but because anything else would feel cruel. The room tightens as you near the far wall, and there, just above the final tank, you see it. A scorch mark that cuts the ceiling like a scar. The fire reached here too. It licked the metal, bit at the glass, tried to break through, but it failed. It always fails. Fire doesn't cleanse, it reveals. And what it revealed was something no one wanted to see again. You leave that room slowly, and the air begins to cool once more. You feel the silence returning, coiling around your neck like a loose scarf. Not choking, just reminding. The doors behind you close without a sound. Ahead, the corridor bends, and the light softens. You follow it, because there is nowhere else. Because forward is always the direction of forgetting. And behind you, in a dozen blackened rooms, the fire still waits. Not to cleanse, just to remember. You're still warm from the fire, but not in a way that comforts. The heat clings to your skin like guilt. It has seeped into your clothes, into your lungs, into the spaces behind your eyes where memories ferment. You walk slower now, not out of fear. That sharpness left you several corridors ago. This is something else. A heaviness that isn't quite sadness, but too full to be indifference. The passage bends, not with purpose, but as if exhausted, as though the very structure has started slumping inward, buckling from the weight of secrets that were never designed to be permanent. Somewhere, beneath it all, the hum returns. Deeper this time, hungrier. Metal grates shift beneath your feet, not screeching, not loud, just tired, like the bones of something mechanical that forgot how to stand. The air tastes of electricity and mildew. Wires hang in bunches like roots, some torn, some pulsing faintly, still trying to do their jobs despite everything. It smells like something old trying to stay alive. Like an abandoned aquarium still bubbling, even though the fish are long gone. Fluorescent panels blink overhead, but not in rhythm. The light stutters in hesitant Morse, revealing fragments of corridor, then pulling them away again like a shy memory. You pass another security door, slightly ajar. Someone tried to close it, maybe, but gave up. Inside, computers sleep under sheets of plastic, or maybe dust. Screens are cracked, keys missing. Some monitors show static. Others show nothing. One still glows faint green, its data feed crawling slowly across the screen like a dying breath. Test logs, ratios, names, but no subjects, no outcomes, just numbers, detached from anything human. The walls are smoother here. The further down you go, the more deliberate everything feels. Less like a laboratory, more like a vault. There are no labels anymore, no floor maps, no signs pointing to exits or bathrooms. Only sealed panels and recessed lights that never fully commit to shining. You begin to notice the silence. Not its presence, but the way it changes. It's not complete. There's a slow, low vibration that doesn't stop, even when you hold your breath. Like the core of the place is still breathing, still digesting. When you reach the chamber, you don't recognize it right away. It doesn't announce itself. There is no ceremonial door, no inscription above the archway, no computer voice saying you've arrived. It's just open, like a mouth. The threshold curves in a way that isn't architectural. It feels biological, organic. Wrong in the way too much symmetry can be. You step through, not because you want to, but because it doesn't make sense to turn around anymore. You've come too far for sense. The room is wide but shallow. Machines line the perimeter, slick and black like polished beetles. Cables coil around them in looping spines. At the center, a cylindrical platform hums softly, lit from below in muted blue. Screens wrap around it in a lazy arc, each showing different data. Unreadable, but insistent. The kind of information that doesn't need understanding to feel dangerous. You approach slowly, not out of hesitation, but in reverence. You've seen churches that felt less sacred. This is the core. Not in the mechanical sense, not quite. It's something deeper. This is where the thinking happened, where the planning coagulated, where the human impulse to solve, to improve, to stretch beyond what was natural, bloomed into machinery, into process, into results. You feel it, not in the air, but in your skin, like standing too close to something radioactive, something sacred and blasphemous at once. There's a terminal here, still active. A name on the screen, not yours, but one you recognize from a file you weren't meant to read. Below it, a list of projects, not with titles, but with codes. You try to read them, but your eyes skim like stones across the surface. Nothing sticks. But your gut understands what your brain can't. This is where Umbrella bared its teeth, where it stopped pretending to be a pharmaceutical company, where the mask slid off and revealed something older, something carnivorous. You move through the room slowly, fingers brushing against machines that still hum. You half expect them to wake, not violently, but with quiet disappointment, as if surprised you made it this far. There are no guards, no locks, just knowledge, humming in its cage, too big now to run, too embedded to burn. You press a hand to one of the cabinets. It's warm, not from use, from memory. You find documents, some digital, some printed. Each one a glimpse of a decision no one ever took credit for. Signatures redacted, names missing. But the language is unmistakable. Terms like viability threshold and memory decay tolerance. They read like recipes, but you know better. These are blueprints for what people were turned into. You feel no anger, not even horror, just fatigue. The kind that starts in the chest and radiates outward. The kind that makes your arms feel like they belong to someone else. There are photos too, not graphic, worse, clean, framed, smiling faces, lab teams, holiday parties, people whose job was to design things that couldn't die while still being proud enough to pose for a Christmas card. The disconnect is louder than screams. You look away, but the afterimage stays with you. Grins in fluorescent light, unaware that history would remember them only by project code names and body counts. Something behind the far console clicks, not mechanical, more like the settling of bones. You don't turn. There's no need. Whatever presence stirred didn't come to interrupt, just to witness. You stand a moment longer, letting the hum roll through you like static, like the echo of every question that should have been asked decades ago. Then you walk on, past a rack of empty containment cylinders, past a wall of screens that blink one by one as you pass, like eyes reluctantly opening. You move as though in a dream, the floor humming beneath you, the machines whispering to themselves in languages made of voltage and wire. Somewhere behind the panels, a system still watches, still tracks, still dreams. You find another door, unmarked, slightly ajar. Behind it, a stairwell that curves downward. It smells of coolant and rust. The hum grows quieter, more distant, as though even it is reluctant to follow you here. This is the marrow now. Not just the core, but the root. The part Umbrella buried so deep it forgot it existed. You descend slowly, not out of fear, but ceremony. A farewell. A reckoning. A pilgrimage to the last confession booth in a chapel of machines. At the bottom, there's a terminal. Dead. A chair. Empty. A coffee mug with a logo that feels so absurdly ordinary in this context that you nearly laugh. You sit, not because you're tired, but because it feels right. The kind of moment where movement would be a betrayal. A monitor nearby flickers, then stabilizes. A logo, then a prompt. You don't type. You don't speak. You just sit as the air thickens slightly. Not with danger, with memory. The ghost of something processed, digested, stored in ones and zeros. Somewhere in this room, the last uncorrupted truth waits, not to be discovered, but to be felt, to be endured, to be quietly understood. There is no alarm, no explosion, no voice announcing the end. Just a flicker in the light, a slow settling of dust, the gentle tick of a machine powering down after too many years. And somewhere in the corner, the red glow of a forgotten sensor, blinking like a heartbeat no one remembered to stop. The ceiling groaned before it gave. A long sigh, ancient and aching, like something not built to last but forced to endure. You heard it behind you, not like thunder, not sudden, like the spine of the world arching too far and finally cracking. The sirens had already begun to falter. What once screamed in artificial urgency now stuttered into a kind of despairing rhythm. On, off, on, silence. You didn't need to look back. The collapse wasn't chasing you. It wasn't personal. It just was. A falling apart that had waited long enough. And you? You had lingered too long in places built on promises no one ever meant to keep. You move now, not because of hope or purpose, but because stillness feels like an admission, as if standing still might mean you once believed in any of this. The metal beneath your boots gives the faintest echo, not sharp, but dulled, the kind of sound that has passed through too many walls. Every step is borrowed. Every breath filtered through layers of failure and filtration systems, wheezing their last. The corridor is lit by memory, or maybe emergency lighting. Either way, the glow isn't steady. It pulses, not with life, but with endurance. You pass old stains, some red, some brown, some unnameable. None of them new, none of them yours. The walls here are dented in places where panic left impressions, finger smears on glass, a clipboard half folded beneath a boot print, a security badge crushed into the seam of a doorway, its laminated surface cracked like a spider web beneath snow. Somewhere ahead, something sparks, not violently, just the sad twitch of a dying circuit. The smell of burned plastic joins the air, and beneath it something fainter. Decay, chemicals, regret. You've stopped trying to name it. Naming implies control. This place does not offer control, only continuation. The path twists, not sharply, but with the slow confidence of architecture that never needed your understanding. A hallway becomes a maintenance tunnel, becomes a stairwell that leads to a corridor you could have sworn you've already passed. The signage is inconsistent. The floor numbers don't help. You move not toward a location, but away from the memory of being underground. At some point, you pass a room with its door ajar. Just a crack. Just enough. A soft blue light glows from within, the kind of hue that computers prefer. Antiseptic and mournful. You don't go inside, but you glance. And for just a breath, you think you see movement. Not a shadow. Not a person. A screen. Flickering through files it was never asked to show. Someone's face. A chart. A signature at the bottom of a report that no longer matters. Then static. Then stillness. You keep walking. You pass a water fountain that still hums. Its basin is dry, but the motor churns quietly, like an old man muttering in sleep. It's comforting in a way. Something broken, but still trying. The hum follows you for a little while, then fades behind a turning corner. Your shoulder brushes a wall that's damp for no reason. Your fingers graze a railing that's warm, even though no one has touched it in hours. A door slams far in the distance. A sound too real to be imagined, too far to be reached. Everything here is close and unreachable, familiar and unknowable. You are not lost. You are simply somewhere that doesn't care whether you leave. There is no map for this kind of escape. Only direction, only movement. Left becomes right, up becomes forward. There is no ladder, no tunnel, no burst-through wall moment of cinematic salvation. Just hallways, just doors, just a path that does not close. Eventually, your foot finds a new texture. Tile. Different from the metal plating and industrial mesh beneath you before. It clicks lightly underfoot. Not pristine. Just cleaner. As if someone had tried once to make this part feel less like a tomb. The walls here are beige. Not a comforting color, but a bureaucratic one. Somewhere, there's a clock still ticking. You can't see it, but the rhythm is there, steady, unconcerned. A metronome for a world in collapse. There's an elevator at the end of the hallway. You see it before you believe it. The panel beside the door is cracked, one of the buttons missing, another jammed in. But it glows, dimly, faithfully, as if even in ruin the building still obeys certain rules. You press the button, not because you trust it, but because it's there. A ritual of passage, a small defiance. The door is open with a sigh that is almost human. Inside, the floor is stained with old water, and something rattles in the ceiling panel. You step in. The doors close behind you, sealing you not in, but away from something you'll never understand. The panel hums. The elevator begins to move. You don't know if it's going up or down. You don't care. It is motion. And right now, that is enough. The ride is not long, or maybe it is. Time inside these walls bends around breath and heartbeat. When the doors open again, the air is colder, not cleaner, just thinner, less used. You step out into another hallway, this one wider, emptier. The lights overhead flicker less. The dust on the floor is more even. No drag marks, no footprints, just a waiting space. Ahead, there's a service door, the kind that leads to alleys, to loading docks, to forgotten backsides of buildings where the trash goes out and secrets don't need witnesses. You approach it slowly. The metal is dented. Someone tried to force it open once, long ago. Now it swings at a touch. The outside is not freedom, but it is air, stale, city-touched, heavy with the scent of water and heat, but air nonetheless. You do not run. You do not smile. You do not speak. You step through because there is nothing else to do. Behind you, the door swings slowly back toward the frame. It does not latch. It does not seal. It simply hangs there, half shut, like a mouth trying to forget how to speak. Ahead of you, a staircase leads up into shadow, or down. It's hard to say, but it is a way. away from the humming machines, away from the walls that watched you, away from the silence that wasn't silent. Each step is a goodbye, not to a place, but to a version of yourself that stayed too long. When you reach the top, or maybe the bottom, the space opens into something larger, a concrete floor, an echo too wide to place. There's a ventilation shaft open to the night, or what you think is night. A breeze stirs, cool, damp, the smell of something distant, water, sea, memory. You follow it. There is no one waiting, no alarms, no gates, just a fence with a gap, a road with no signs, a sky with no stars. You keep walking, not because you're free, but because you remember how, and behind you, as you go, the sirens do not call you back. Only the wind remains, carrying the faint scent of heat and ozone, like a machine still smoldering in the dark. And the sound of your steps becomes the only thing left that believes in direction. The metal groans behind you as the last door seals shut, not with a bang, not with urgency, but with a kind of finality that feels older than sound. It echoes not through the ears, but the ribs, low and hollow, like the last breath of a collapsing cathedral. You do not turn back. There is no point in watching a tomb close when it was never meant to stay open. You move forward into the twilight, where steel gives way to concrete, then concrete to gravel, then gravel to soft, wet earth. And beyond that, something colder, something endless. The facility is behind you now, but the weight isn't. It clings like humidity, invisible but dense, stitched into your clothes, your hair, the backs of your eyes. It is the feeling of something unfinished, but also something irreparable. The air changes. You feel it before you smell it. That salt-thick breath of the sea, tugging at your skin with fingers made of vapor. The light is different here, not artificial, but still not honest. A gray wash spreads over everything like a veil soaked in ash. You squint, not because it's bright, but because your eyes are still adjusting to the absence of threat, or at least the illusion of it. There's a sky above you, real or painted. It hardly matters. It doesn't offer comfort. It just stretches, wide, blank, disinterested. Beneath your boots, the ground gives with a sigh. Sand mixed with gravel, littered with broken branches and even more broken promises. There's a path, sort of. A suggestion of movement carved by retreating wheels, or feet long since swallowed by time. Your body moves, not because it knows where to go, but because standing still feels louder than walking. You follow the incline toward the sea, or what remains of it. The trees thin out slowly, like guests leaving a wake, one by one, until it's just you, the wind, and the water that doesn't care who you are. The shoreline is not clean. It doesn't shimmer. It does not welcome. The tide rolls in with the sound of breathing, not fresh, not labored, just constant. The kind of rhythm that could either lull you to sleep or drag you under if you listen too long. There are buildings nearby, hunched and eroded, their angles soft from years of salt and silence. You recognize the architecture, even if you can't name it. It's the kind designed for utility, not comfort. Like the people who built it never intended to leave, but also never intended to thrive. You don't enter yet. Instead, you pause, standing just close enough to the water for the foam to kiss the edges of your soles. You watch the horizon, though there is nothing on it. No ships, no birds, no sun. Just the murky division between sky and ocean, as if the world split itself in half and forgot how to heal. Something stirs in the wind. Not a voice, not a cry, but the memory of both. Your head turns without instruction. There is no visible source, only echoes, some alive, some fossilized. You start walking again, this time toward the buildings, the ones with windows that do not reflect and doors that never really close. The closer you get, the more the details decay. Paint peels like shedding skin. Glass has gone opaque, dust layering it like cataracts. You brush your fingers along the wall as you pass, and the wall brushes back. Not physically, but in the way old places do, with memory. The residue of footsteps, laughter, orders barked, things whispered too late. Inside, the air shifts again, more still, more stale, and yet more knowing. You tread lightly, but every step sounds like a confession. A hallway extends forward, the floor slanted ever so slightly as if the whole building is listing toward the sea. At the far end, a light flickers, not because it's haunted, not because it's broken, but because it's trying. That small electric hum, uneven and shivering, is somehow more human than anything you've heard in days. You pass rooms. Each one has its own story, though none volunteer to tell it. One has a cot with straps. Another, a sink too stained to be called white. One has only a single boot in the center of the floor, as if its owner evaporated mid-thought. You don't linger, but your eyes do. They catch things your mind isn't ready to translate. Notes half-charred. Blood that never learned to dry. Clocks that tick despite having no hands. It is a gallery of forgetting, curated by salt and entropy. Eventually, you reach the control room, or what passes for one. Panels line the wall, many broken, some blinking with ancient purpose. Screens display static, but not the kind you recognize. This static moves too deliberately. It almost pulses, like something breathing through a shroud. Your fingers hover over a console. There's no point in pressing anything. You already know the system isn't listening anymore. But still, you touch it, because part of you still wants to be seen, even by something that no longer sees. A low sound begins. It's not a siren, not music, something in between, like a lullaby hummed by the sea itself, distorted through waterlogged speakers. You follow it, not because it beckons, but because it aligns with the ache in your spine, the throb in your temple, the shiver behind your teeth. It leads you outside again, back through the hallway, past the rooms that forget you even as you pass, and into the open air where the light has dimmed just slightly, as if the day itself is trying to disappear before you can. The beach is empty, but it doesn't feel that way. The footprints in the sand are not yours. They're older, but not erased, parallel to your own path now, as if someone walked beside you but just far enough to remain unseen. You keep your eyes forward. The wind is stronger here, and it smells like old machinery and seaweed and something once burning. There's a boat. Not large, not functional in any meaningful way, but real, tethered loosely, bobbing with the lethargic push of tide. It's the kind of boat used for escape in stories. But you already know this isn't that kind of story. You step inside. The hull creaks, not with resistance, but recognition. You untie the rope. The boat drifts, not quickly, not purposefully, just away. The facility becomes smaller behind you, shrinking into itself, into myth. The sea stretches ahead, vast, indifferent. The engine doesn't start, but you don't reach for it. This is not a chapter of propulsion. It is a chapter of release. You don't know how long you drift. The water is not calm, but it is steady. The sky leans lower now, pressed against the world like a blanket too heavy to lift. You watch it blur into the sea, and for a moment you wonder if you've stopped existing between them. If you've become a thin line of gray that neither wave nor cloud can fully hold. Your hand brushes something beneath the bench, a flask, rusted, long emptied. You hold it anyway, not for use, but because hands remember holding, and sometimes that's enough. The wind pulls at your collar. A gull cries in the distance, but it sounds more like a door creaking open than any animal you know. You look down. The sea doesn't look back. It never does. And that's the part that stays with you, not the escape. Not the fire or the files or the corridors soaked in memory, but this, The silence of a thing so old and vast, it doesn't even recognize your shape. The sea does not know you, but it carries you anyway. And as the salt air thickens, and the last shape on the horizon crumbles into mist, all that's left is the hush of the waves, the slow rhythm of water against wood, and the faint scent of iron drifting past your nose, like a breath that never quite finishes. The sea left no goodbye, only a fading scent of salt and rust, and the quiet rhythm of water pulling back into itself, as if your departure were a correction to its stillness. The boat did not land so much as surrender, its hull kissing the shore in silence, like a secret finally confessed. You stepped onto the earth, not with relief, but with resignation. Wet sand gave beneath your weight, imprinting the shape of your presence only long enough to forget it. The trees waited a little farther inland, tall and still, their branches held like thoughts they refused to share. And beyond them, barely visible, mostly imagined, something old, too familiar, too quiet. Another mansion, another shape in the dark that pretends to shelter. Your boots whisper over moss and root, the path more suggestion than trail. Everything here feels like déjà vu, but filtered through a different sorrow. The air is cooler, thicker, as if you've stepped not just into a forest, but into a memory trying to disguise itself. The trees do not speak, but they press close, their trunks swollen with dampness, bark split in old patterns like brittle veins. A fog rises, slowly, lazily, coiling around your ankles, then higher, like something curious about your shape. The sky has vanished, swallowed by the canopy and the hush. You don't ask questions. You simply walk, and the forest parts for you as it must. Then you see it, or it sees you, the mansion, not the first, perhaps not even the last, but it wears the same face. Tall windows, dark roof, symmetry so precise it becomes unnatural. The gates are open, not wide, but enough. Enough to say, yes, you may enter, though it will not be kind. The iron is rusted in patterns that resemble blood, only if you let your imagination look too long. You let it. It doesn't matter anymore. You pass through the threshold like a breath drawn too deeply. The steps up to the grand door creak with age, but not complaint. More like a tired house acknowledging your intrusion. The door itself is heavy, but not locked. Your hand meets the handle, and for a moment, you remember another handle. Brass, warmer, smeared with something once red. You blink. It's gone. The door opens inward with a long, slow sigh. Inside, the air is still. So still it has shape. You breathe it in and feel it coil down your throat, not like smoke, but like velvet dust. The foyer stretches high above you, a chandelier dangling precariously, its crystals long dulled by time. The light here is dim, but not absent. Lamps glow with a faded amber hue, too weak to illuminate but strong enough to hint. You step forward. Your footsteps do not echo. They absorb. The carpet beneath your boots is soft with decay. Once red, once plush, now threadbare and dulled to the color of dried leaves. Portraits line the walls, faces you don't know but almost recognize. Eyes that follow, but not because they care, because they're painted to. There's a staircase, of course. There always is. Curling up and away like a question you're too tired to ask. You do not climb it. Not yet. There's something to the left. A parlor, maybe, or a waiting room for those who ran out of things to wait for. You push the door gently. It sticks, groans, then relents. The room within is smaller than memory made it. Bookshelves lean like drunks, their contents half fallen, spines cracked, titles in languages that no longer speak. A piano stands near the far wall, its lid open, keys yellowed like teeth in an old man's smile. One of them is pressed down, as if someone played a single note and forgot to release it. You do not approach. You simply feel the weight of that unplayed chord sitting in the space between now and whatever came before. A fire might have once lived in the hearth, but now it only holds shadows. Above it, a mirror, cracked, of course, reflecting not your shape, but the room's tired symmetry. You glance at it briefly. Your own reflection flickers, but not because the light moves, because memory does. You feel something tug at the edge of your sleeve. A breeze, a whisper. You turn, and the room has not changed, but the temperature has. A chill now, slight, like breath on the back of your neck. You leave the room, and the cold follows for a few steps, then retreats, satisfied. The hall awaits you again, patient as ever. This time, you climb the staircase. The railing is splintered in places, worn smooth in others, evidence of hands that once clung, once climbed, once fled. At the top, the hallway stretches left and right, indistinguishable in promise or threat. You choose right, because it feels heavier. The corridor narrows as you walk, the wallpaper peeling in long, curling strips that resemble forgotten letters. Doors line the hall, each with a tarnished knob, each closed, each asking nothing of you. You stop at one, not because it stands out, but because it doesn't. The knob is cold, the wood dry and swollen with time. The door opens without protest. Inside, a bedroom, probably. The bed is intact but unmade, the sheets tangled like limbs in sleep. There is a dresser, a mirror, a chair with a coat slung across it. Dust clings to everything, thick enough to write in. You do not disturb it, you only breathe, and even that feels like an intrusion. Something rattles in the wall, pipes maybe, or memory trying to move again. You back away, not in fear, in reverence. You close the door gently, as if tucking someone in. Further down, another door, this one ajar. You do not push it, you slip through. The room beyond is unfamiliar in its intent. A study? A laboratory? Shelves lined with vials, boxes labeled in shorthand, equipment too rusted to be curious. You touch nothing. You feel everything. A chart lies crumpled on the floor, stained, edges brittle. You kneel. You do not read it, but the numbers make your stomach shift. Ratios, doses, subjects. One corner is scorched, as if someone tried to erase what couldn't be forgotten. The window here is cracked, and outside you see the edge of the forest, the same one that brought you here, now distant, now darker. You do not open the window. You do not need the air. You already carry enough of this place in your lungs. Back to the hallway, where the light has shifted slightly. Not dimmer, but different. Dust now visible in the air, like ash refusing to fall. You feel watched, but not threatened. Observed, like a file being reopened. You reach the end of the hall. A final door, heavier than the rest. Ornate, absurdly so. Carvings of vines, eyes, wings. You trace one with your fingertip. It feels warm. The door creaks open slowly, not dramatically, just tired. The room beyond is cavernous, part ballroom, part crypt. A grand table runs the length of it, chairs all pushed back as if someone stood in a hurry. The chandelier here is broken, its arms bent like snapped limbs. Light filters in from a hole in the ceiling, a shaft of moonlight too precise to be accidental. It lands on the far wall, where a single photograph hangs. You approach. The photo is faded, its frame cracked. The people in it are blurred, not by time, but intention. Faces smeared, eyes scratched out, names long since scrubbed. But one figure stands clearer than the rest. A silhouette you've seen before, too often. Not in life, but in aftermath. You stare, and the silence thickens. Behind you something shifts. A chair, perhaps. Or a thought. You do not turn. You only breathe. And then the wind moves through the broken ceiling, carrying with it a single petal, or maybe a scrap of paper, that drifts down, turns once, and lands gently on the floor at your feet. You kneel, pick it up. Nothing is written, but you feel something. Not message, not memory, just weight. A quiet knowing. You stand, you walk. The mansion does not stop you, and as you step outside once more into air that smells of wet bark and secrets, The door closes behind you without sound. Another mansion, another lie. But the sky is just beginning to turn. A softness on the horizon, faint and bruised. And somewhere, beneath the quiet, something clicks. Not a lock, not a trigger. Just understanding. The hallway doesn't end. It only quiets. The last sound you remember is the elevator doors sighing shut behind you. Not in urgency, but with the heaviness of something finished. Not resolved. Just concluded. For now. And then there's the silence that follows. Not the kind that comforts, but the kind that listens. As if the air here has grown ears. It presses in. It doesn't echo. It waits. You pass under a flickering light that stutters like it forgot what it was supposed to be doing. The walls are gray, but not freshly so. The paint doesn't chip. It peels. Not from time, but from intention. A place designed to be temporary, hidden, deniable. The kind of hallway that never had a name, only a clearance level. Your footsteps don't echo. The floor is carpeted in something thin and gray and tightly wound, like the fibers of a suit no one ever wore. You imagine this was once meant to feel professional. Now it just feels damp. You walk slower, not out of caution, but because everything here seems to slow you. The gravity of it all hanging around your ankles like leaded water. The first door you reach is already cracked open. Not wide, just enough to suggest you were always meant to see what's inside. A suggestion dressed as an invitation. You hesitate, but your hand moves anyway. Not out of courage, just out of rhythm. Like a song you don't remember learning. The door yields with a sound, like a held breath being let go. Inside, the room hums low with machinery still breathing. There's a screen still glowing in the dark, casting a bluish light over piles of paper, not scattered, but abandoned, like someone meant to come back and never did. You walk in, slowly. The air is stale, and it smells faintly of heat. Dust that burned. Circuits that never cooled. You don't know what you're looking for. That part has already dissolved. You only know there's something here you need to feel beneath your fingertips, like truth has become tactile, tangible. You leaf through the pages without reading them. The words don't settle, not yet. They float across your vision like ghosts in formal font. Then you see it. A photograph. A face that never made the news. Not because it wasn't important, but because someone made sure it wouldn't. There's no name. Just a number. And a code you've seen before. Stamped on crates, etched into walls, whispered through comms. You don't say anything. No one's here to hear it. But the recognition runs cold through your spine. This is not new. It's just new to you. You sit, not because you're tired, but because the weight of standing in this knowledge makes your knees feel like old hinges. The chair creaks beneath you, and you wonder who sat here before, what they saw, what they chose not to. The monitor blinks once, and for a moment, it almost looks like a reflection. But not of you. The file beside you is thicker than it should be, heavy with pages, diagrams, trials, versions. You flip through them like you're sifting through someone else's memory. And in a way, you are. These are not just documents. They are footprints. Proof that someone walked far too long in the wrong direction and never turned back. You feel tired in your bones. Not from fear, but from knowing. It's the kind of tired that sinks deeper than sleep. The kind that makes silence louder. You close the folder. Not roughly. Not hurried. Just firmly. Like closing a door you don't want to open again. And yet, outside the room, the hallway still waits. You step back into the corridor with the quietness of someone who has read too much in a short time. The weight of it does not leave you at the threshold. It follows, like heat clinging to the back of your neck, like the light of the screen still flickering behind your eyes. You walk without direction, because the direction no longer matters. You are not here to arrive anywhere, only to move through it. like a needle through fabric, like water through cracks. The walls narrow. Not physically. They just feel closer now, as if the air itself has thickened with things not said aloud. It smells of paper and metal and time. A corridor pretending to be clean but forgetting how to lie about it. You trail your hand along the wall. It's smooth in places and scratched in others, like the memory of panic. Another door, this one sealed tight. No window, just a number and a keypad. You try the handle. It doesn't resist. It just opens, like a sigh waiting to happen. Inside, more files, more drawers, more dust that doesn't move when you breathe on it. The fluorescent light above is steady, humming low, like a whisper with no language. You step in. The door drifts shut behind you, not maliciously, just inevitably. You move to the cabinet in the corner. It's been opened before, many times. The edges of the drawers are worn, the handles cold and familiar. You slide one open. The metal groans, but it yields. Inside, documents again. This time in sleeves, preserved, categorized. Stories held in stasis. You pull one out. A name you don't know. A photo, this time of a child. Not smiling, not scared. Just looking. The kind of gaze that holds still even after you look away. You don't know what happened to them. You don't want to read enough to find out. But you already know. The details aren't necessary. The shape of the story is enough. Another file, another name, another project. Each page adds weight, not because of what it says, but because of what it confirms. These weren't just mistakes. They were steps, deliberate, sequential, justified. You close the drawer with both hands. And still, another cabinet, another file, a date you remember, a location that makes your stomach shift. Your own steps have passed through these names, unknowingly. You were always walking on top of this. You just didn't look down. You press your fingers to the desk, as if anchoring yourself, as if touch can slow the spinning inside your chest. You're not angry, not exactly. But there's a bitterness now, a quiet, sinking kind, like tea left to steep too long. It settles behind your eyes. You move toward the back wall, a board with notes pinned in tight columns. Photographs, red strings. Yes, the cliché is real. And no, it doesn't feel silly. It feels like obsession that forgot how to sleep. Names crossed out, locations circled, faces blurred, some pages torn where something was removed. A pattern you're not meant to understand, but you understand enough. There's a light blinking in the corner, an old computer screen still half awake. It shows a name, one you do know. You stare at it, unmoving. For a moment, the world goes still. You don't hear the hum. You don't feel the floor. Just the shape of that name in your throat. You press a key, and the monitor stirs. A voice file. You don't listen. You just watch the waveform move, peaks and valleys like a heartbeat you missed. You imagine the voice. You imagine what it would have said, but you don't need to hear it. You already know the tone. Regret has a very specific sound. Behind you, the cabinet drawer still hangs open. You close it with care. You linger by the door before leaving, not because there's more to learn, but because there's no ceremony to mark that you've learned too much. No sound, no conclusion, just the quiet of a room that now knows you've seen it. The hum of the computer dies behind you, a soft whine as it powers down, as if exhaling something it's held for years. You don't look back. You never do, not really. The past lives behind glass now, and you're already fogging it up with breath you didn't mean to hold. Outside the room, the corridor stretches again, longer than it was, or maybe it always was. You walk it differently now, not with caution. That part dissolved ages ago. Now you walk with weight, not the kind that slows you, but the kind that changes how the air moves around you. There's no rush, no destination you believe in, just motion, just the act of walking because standing still feels like admitting something. You pass by a broken sign that once held directions. Its letters have peeled into obscurity, its arrow no longer pointing anywhere real. Beneath your feet, the linoleum tiles are cracked in veins, like old porcelain. You count them. 1, 2, 3. But the numbers don't hold shape anymore. Counting only reminds you how much time doesn't matter here. A breeze finds you. From where, you don't know. The hallway is sealed, but air moves anyway. It smells faintly of something green, not alive, but trying. Like moss in a forgotten pipe. Like the ghost of a forest that only ever existed in someone's memory. You pause at the next door, not to enter it, but to rest your hand against the frame. It's warm, faintly, as if someone else touched it not long ago. You imagine them, someone like you, or nothing like you at all, just a figure, just a presence. The world is full of those. Your fingers lift. The dust remains undisturbed. A light flickers above, not out of fear, just fatigue. Even electricity gets tired. You keep walking. There's a bench along the wall now, metal, cold, bolted to the floor as if someone feared it might run away. You don't sit, but you let your palm skim its edge. It hums slightly, or maybe your blood does. Further down there's a window, small, grimy, set too high to see much through. But you try anyway. You see nothing but gray. A blur of motionless light. Maybe sky, maybe concrete, maybe just reflection. You stare long enough that your own face starts to fade. Only the eyes remain. Dimension. Tired. Not frightened. Behind you, nothing follows. Ahead of you, nothing waits. But you keep going. Not because there's a reason, but because the story moves when you do. And somewhere, just faintly, behind all the files and names and heavy silences, a door creaks open without anyone there to touch it. And that sound lingers. Soft, small. Enough. The corridor behind you still hums with fluorescent memory. The kind that doesn't fade when you close your eyes. Only softens around the edges, like paper left too long in the rain. What you just saw, just felt, just read. It's still clinging to your skin like dust disturbed from an unopened drawer. You haven't said anything aloud in a long time. Not since the words started bleeding off the documents. Not since the names stopped meaning what they used to. You leave the room as if you were never supposed to enter it. And perhaps, in a kinder world, you wouldn't have. The hallway is cleaner than it should be. Not clean in the traditional sense, the kind you could eat off. Number. But clean in a surgical way, sterile, emotionless. The scent of ammonia walks alongside you, quiet and polite. The lights above buzz, but not like they used to. The sound is slower now, as if the bulbs are tired of performing. The shadows cast on the floor are straight-edged and sharp, slicing your feet from your legs, your thoughts from your body. You keep walking, even as your reflection in the glass beside you doesn't. There's a window to your left, and in the pane, not a true mirror, just a surface pretending to be. You see yourself in passing, or part of yourself, a sliver, like someone else sharing your clothes and your outline but wearing a different shape of sorrow. You don't stop walking, but your eyes catch on that image like a loose thread in a sweater. A second glance, a pause in your breath. Did it blink? You're not sure. You don't look back. That would make it real. Doors pass. Most are locked. Some hum faintly. Machinery purring behind walls like something dreaming on the other side. One is cracked open, just enough to whisper. You don't enter. But your shoulder brushes the edge of the frame, and it feels like the threshold of a memory you never made. A place that shouldn't feel familiar, but somehow does. You move on, not forward, just on. The room you finally enter has mirrors, real ones, floor to ceiling, mounted to walls, trimmed with chrome that has long since lost its shine. It's unclear what this space was meant to be. A testing chamber, maybe, or perhaps a rehearsal for something more private. Either way, it greets you like an empty theater. The lights overhead cast no warmth. The silence here is curated, like someone set the volume too distant. It is not an absence of sound. It is the presence of restraint. Your eyes meet your reflection, and the stillness is immediate. You look like you've been carved from yesterday, worn at the edges, creased at the corners. You stand still because the version of you in the mirror is doing the same, and you need the reassurance. You need to believe you're synced. But then the light above flickers, and the moment pulses. For just a second, the eyes in the mirror don't quite match your own. The blink is off by half a breath. Your head tilts a fraction too late. But you're tired. Of course you're tired. The mind makes mischief when the soul is bruised. Still, you step closer. The floor doesn't creak, but your knees do. The glass doesn't fog, but your vision does. And behind you, or is it in front? Something shifts. Not the air, not the reflection, just something. The kind of movement that only exists on the periphery, just outside the story being told. You reach out, hand hovering just above the surface, and you remember, not from this place, not from this time, the coldness of a mirror under your palm, and the strange warmth of your own hand trembling against it. You do not touch, but you listen. Behind the mirror, you hear breathing. Soft, rhythmic, measured. It isn't yours. It doesn't echo. It exists as if on a different plane, close enough to feel, but not to follow. It hums in time with your pulse, but it doesn't belong to your chest. You blink. The mirror does not. You exhale. It inhales. There's something written in marker on the far corner of the glass, smudged and fading, but legible if you squint. It says, "This isn't how you remember it," underneath that in smaller letters. And that's okay. Your mouth opens slightly, not to speak, just to acknowledge. And the mirror fogs. Only the mirror, not the air, not your breath, just the surface, as if someone on the other side just sighed. The lights dim further. The corner of the room seems to stretch. You glance sideways and realize there are more mirrors than you saw at first. They form a corridor now, narrowing into a vanishing point that wasn't there before. One after another. Each a page of memory bound in glass. You walk into them, not through, just between. The reflections shift with your steps, not delayed now, but varied. Some are younger versions of you, bloodless and confused. Others wear coats you never owned. Some are standing beside people who look familiar but whose faces have been blurred by time. One version of you is smiling. It unsettles you more than the rest. You try not to stop walking, but the temptation is gravitational. A mirror to your left shows you with your hands open, palms upward like you're surrendering. Another shows your back turned, head bowed, as if mid-prayer or apology. None of them look back. None acknowledge you. You are the one out of place. Eventually, the corridor ends, not with a door, with a frame, a square of light that isn't a reflection at all, but something waiting. You step through, and the mirrors end, but you still feel them, like the memory of a hand still hovering above your shoulder. The room you enter is much darker. Not black, just unwilling. The kind of dark that isn't angry, only uninterested in welcoming you. In the center is a desk. No drawers, just a flat surface, and on it a single file folder. You approach slowly, each footstep swallowed into the hush. You open the folder. Inside, photographs, notes, observations in tidy handwriting, diagrams with arrows pointing to things that should never have been studied. Faces you don't want to remember but do. And one image of you. Not current you. Not quite. But something close enough to tighten your throat. You close the file. The mirror across the room shows you doing it twice. The reflection didn't blink. And still, no alarms. No monsters. No footsteps in the hallway. Just the pulse of your heart and the soft ache behind your eyes. The weight of truth is never sharp. It is blunt. blunt and constant and familiar. You carry it because you have to, because leaving it behind would be another kind of lie. You sit on the edge of the room, on a bench made of nothing but function. You look down at your hands. They look like yours again. That helps. Somewhere in the distance, a vent exhales. Somewhere in your memory, a mirror blinks again. And somewhere, very faintly, the sound of glass shifting on its frame. Just once. Then stillness again. Stillness, like a held breath that may never be released. The mirror didn't shatter when you turned away. It didn't scream or pulse or reach for you. It simply held its silence as you slipped back into the corridors of the facility, as though nothing had ever been reflected at all. But the weight it left behind, the silent murmur in your bones, clung to your ribs like a second heartbeat. Not loud, not urgent, just there, like a truth too gentle to flee from, too heavy to carry. Now you emerge, not to daylight, not quite, just a higher floor, a wider space. The scent changes first. Gone is the chemical hush of laboratories and steel. Now it's earth, disturbed, damp, sour with history. The smell of streets that have seen too much. Rainwater that doesn't rinse. Concrete that remembers. You step slowly onto a platform that overlooks the remains of a city. Not the whole city, just a slice of it. Broken rooftops, shattered windows, a skyline missing teeth. The fog here isn't weather. It's memory in vapor form, lingering, settled in alleys, coiling around rusted lampposts. You stand still, just for a moment, letting the wind, thin and metallic, whisper past your ears. It doesn't carry the scent of freshness or spring, just soot and something underneath, a sourness you can't name. When your feet begin moving again, they sound different. The ground here absorbs less. Every step has an echo, thin and sharp, like teeth clinking in a glass. You descend metal stairs that groan softly under your weight. The railing is cold, not just in temperature, but in spirit, unwelcoming, like a hand reluctantly offered. Below, the city breathes, not loudly, not as a place alive with people, but as a thing that refuses to stop existing. You pass broken signage, its plastic cracked, its bulbs long dead. A newspaper floats by in a puddle, its ink runs smooth. You don't try to read it. You've already read enough. Some truth don't live in words anyway. They live in grime, in the streaks along a wall where hands once leaned, too weak to stand, in the dust patterns that outline where a body once sat and never got back up. There's graffiti here, curling around brick and stone. Not angry, not political, just names, messages to no one, scribbles that say, I was here. Or maybe, I am still here. Some are in red, but you don't look too long. Sometimes red is paint, sometimes not. In this place, color is not a language you can trust. You walk past a shattered window. Inside, the remnants of a shop, maybe a pharmacy, maybe something else. Shelves overturned, labels peeling, glass crunching like sugar underfoot. You step inside, not for supplies, not for answers, just to see, just to be where someone once hoped there would be healing. The tiles are dirty, but in patterns, like something dragged across them. A trail, a story in grime. You follow it halfway, then stop. Not from fear, just from understanding. Not all stories need reading to the end. Outside again, the clouds shift, but don't break. The sky is colorless. Not gray, not white, just without. You pass a payphone still standing. The receiver is missing. A wire dangles like an old thought trying to remember where it was going. You pause, looking at the keypad. The numbers are worn smooth, like someone once called the same person over and over again, long after they stopped picking up. You rest your fingers gently on the plastic. It's cold, but not entirely dead. In the distance you hear footsteps, not near, not approaching, just existing. As if someone else is walking this city in another layer of time, parallel. Their echo brushing against yours like shadows overlapping in twilight. You don't call out. You don't chase. Some company is best left ambiguous. There's a sewer grate ahead, half open. The smell is stronger here, not foul, just deep, like something old remembering how to breathe. You move past it, but slowly, listening. The hum below is constant, a mechanical sigh, an underground lullaby, maybe a generator, maybe not. Whatever powers this city now isn't electricity, it's guilt and stubbornness, and something chemical that no longer has a name. A wall nearby is smeared with handprints, not frantic, not panicked, just deliberate, as if someone was trying to steady themselves before disappearing into silence. You touch the wall, and it feels warmer than it should. The brick sighs under your fingers. You pull away gently. Further in, the city changes. Less rubble, more order, but not the good kind, the cleaned kind, sanitized, swept, the sort of cleanliness that doesn't comfort, that only hides, a cover-up written in bleach. The buildings here look intact, too intact, like mannequins of houses. The glass is unbroken. The doors are closed. But nothing moves. No wind through the curtains. No smell of food or rust. Just perfection that aches with wrongness. You don't linger. Perfection is often a lie told too convincingly. You find a bench. It isn't broken. You sit, even though the metal is hard and your back protests. Across from you, a statue of someone important. Their name, too, faded to read. They gaze into the sky like they did something worth remembering. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. In this city, memory isn't always a reward. Your feet feel heavy, not from walking, from witnessing. This city doesn't ask for anything. It simply exists in your presence, like a ghost that has forgotten its own death. You lean forward, elbows on knees, and listen. There's a hum beneath everything. Not a monster, not a machine. Just the buzz of existence refusing to be quiet. It has always been there. It will always be there. A bird lands nearby. A real one, or close enough. Feathers ruffled. Head twitching. It doesn't look at you. It doesn't sing. Just stands. Like it's remembering how to be alive. After a while it leaves. You remain. Eventually the fog thickens again. Not to hide anything. Just to blur. Just enough to soften the edges. To let this city become dream-shaped again, indistinct and aching. You rise. The bench says nothing as you leave it behind. And the statue watches you go, forever fixed on a sky that never clears. The fog doesn't lift as you walk. It thickens, just slightly, but enough that you begin to notice what sound does in places like this. It doesn't echo. It folds. The scrape of your heel on loose cement curls in on itself and hushes, like a secret realizing it has said too much. Somewhere behind you, the city still holds its breath. But up ahead, things are quieter, more precise, less weathered by grief and more preserved. As if history here was not forgotten, but catalogued, one brittle page at a time. The building you enter doesn't feel ruined. It doesn't feel abandoned either. It feels paused, like a thought interrupted mid-sentence. The fluorescent lights hum above, some still alive, most flickering with a kind of tired determination. The air smells like dust and varnish and the ghost of toner. You pass desks without drawers, chairs without wheels, keyboards yellowed with the weight of decisions no one wants to claim. A filing cabinet stands at the far end, half shut, its middle drawer misaligned, as though someone once opened it in a rush and never quite put it right. You approach, not because you expect answers, but because your hands need something to do. The metal is colder than it should be. The handle sticks, then gives with a sound like peeling back time. Inside, folders, paper, handwritten notes, scanned forms, dog-eared printouts. All of it quiet, all of it still here. You leaf through one slowly, not reading, not really, just observing. The way ink fades differently depending on pressure. The way certain lines are underlined twice. You find a note clipped with a rusted paperclip, a name you recognize but wish you didn't. The handwriting is small, neat, clinical. But you imagine the hand that wrote it shaking. You imagine the pen pressing harder on certain words. You imagine the weight it took to write something no one should ever have needed to know. A door nearby clicks softly in its frame, though no breeze follows. Just the building shifting, settling, or remembering. You stand and move further in. There are more cabinets, more shelves. Some have toppled, their contents scattered like leaves after a storm. You step carefully, your boots avoiding the pages that curl like sleeping fingers. A chart flutters from a low table as you pass. The corners are torn, and something dark stains the edge. Not fresh, not alarming, just old enough to forget. You come to a room with glass walls, frosted, smudged. One pane has a crack running through it, but it holds. Inside, more desks, computers that will never turn on again. A printer half full of paper no one retrieved. There's a mug still on one table. The coffee inside has dried into a silent, bitter stain. Someone meant to come back. Maybe they still haven't realized they didn't. You step into the room, your shadow long and fragmented in the flickering light. There's a drawer here, a small one, locked, but poorly. The lock doesn't resist. Inside, photographs, black and white, some blurred, some clinical. People, rooms, things that only exist now in memory and chemical exposure. You don't recognize the faces, but one of them looks like they were about to smile. That's the hardest part, the almost of it. On the wall beside you is a board, cork, with pins still holding faded diagrams. Arrows point to places. Timelines are drawn in looping red marker, half erased. You trace one arrow with your eyes, and it leads nowhere. Just the edge of the board. Just the end of a theory no one proved wrong, or right. There's a chair still pulled out. You sit. It creaks beneath you, not unhappily. The seat cushion is stiff. Across the table, a binder sits closed. Its spine is frayed. You open it gently. Typed reports, acronyms, tables of numbers. None of it means anything now. But you feel the weight of it anyway. You feel the exhaustion in every page. The kind of fatigue that doesn't come from running or fighting, but from knowing too much for too long in too little silence. A light above you flickers again, this time slower, like a blink. You tilt your head up toward it, and for a moment, just one breath long, the hum harmonizes with your heartbeat. Then it doesn't. Then it fades back to static and uneven buzz. You rise again. Move through another hallway. The floor changes here. Carpet, thin, with stains that try to pretend they're patterns. The air tastes stale, like something left open too long. A door on the left is ajar. You push it open, slowly. Inside is a records room. Taller shelves, narrower aisles. The lights don't work here. You stand still in the doorway, letting your eyes adjust. Shadows settle into form, rows upon rows of boxes, neatly labeled. Some collapsed under their own history, others still pristine, like they were packed yesterday. You walk the rows, fingers trailing along cardboard edges. Your steps make no sound here. The carpet swallows them. You don't pull any boxes down. Not yet. Just walk. Just feel the weight of it. Not as burden, but as gravity. This is where the stories sleep. This is where the decisions were buried, not by earth, but by time and order and dust. Eventually, you stop. One box is open. Its lid askew, like it exhaled in its sleep. You look inside. Papers. More of them. One page is on top, half folded. A report. You don't read the whole thing. You just glance. And then close the box gently, as if you'd seen someone dreaming and decided not to wake them. You sit again, this time on the floor, back against the shelf. The silence here isn't heavy. It's respectful, the kind of quiet that comes after a song ends. You breathe in, and then out. No reason to rush, nothing left to escape. Just the documents. Just the memories no one shredded. The stories no one dared to erase. Your fingers find a stray label that's peeled off. You press it back into place. It holds for now. You close your eyes for a moment, just to rest them. But the darkness behind your lids is not sleep. It's a continuation. The walls here do not dissolve in silence. They remain, firm, real, waiting. When you stand again, your body creaks like the chair did earlier. You stretch, slowly. You don't take anything with you. You leave every file exactly where it lies. That was never your job. You're just passing through, witnessing what was left behind by those who had to rush, who had to run. As you exit the room, the air shifts slightly. A breeze from nowhere. A page flutters in the box behind you, then stills. You don't look back. Somewhere, deeper in the building, another drawer slides shut, but not loudly. Just enough for the sound to linger. Just enough for it to feel like something was remembered. You leave the room of records with a strange clarity that doesn't quite reach your limbs. The air feels different now. Not cleaner, not colder, just adjusted. Like it, too, is ready to move. The hallway ahead flickers under dying fluorescent lights, one of them buzzing in its death rattle, dimming and returning in erratic pulses, as though it were catching its breath between memories. Your shadow stretches, contracts, then stretches again. You do not follow it. You simply move alongside it, two figures drifting in parallel, neither eager to arrive. The floor changes again, carpet to tile, tile to bare cement. There is a hush in these deeper corridors, not like silence, but like withheld opinion. The kind of quiet that doesn't trust easily. Pipes run along the ceiling here, many of them no longer wrapped in insulation, their metal bones exposed and sweating. Every few steps, a droplet falls. A slow, tired rhythm, echoing like a metronome in a funeral march. It makes you walk slower, not cautious, just reverent. You've learned the cadence of these places, the tone in which they wish to be entered. Nothing abrupt, nothing bold, only presence. The elevator is where you left it. You hadn't meant to return to it, not exactly, but your feet know more than your mind at this point, and the path led here without ever asking why. The doors are closed, the panel glowing faintly with a pulse of orange that feels warmer than it should, as if even the electricity has memory. You hesitate, not because you're afraid, but because things that still work in places like this feel almost impolite, like finding a warm cup of tea in a burned house. You press the call button. There's a pause, then a hum, deep, old, tired but loyal. Machinery deep in the walls stirring, recognizing its function again. The doors part with a sigh, and for a moment the air inside feels different, still stale, but untouched, like a breath never taken. You step in, and the doors close behind you without complaint. The floor indicator glows faint red, the arrow blinking where someone, maybe you, once needed to go. You don't press anything. The elevator begins to move all on its own, slowly, as if remembering how. The hum of it becomes part of you, not inside your ears, but in your teeth, your chest, the soles of your feet. It's not unpleasant, just persistent, like being gently reminded of gravity. The lights inside are warmer than they should be, not the sickly buzz of overhead fluorescence, but the amber glow of a past decade. It makes the brushed metal walls look less like a trap and more like an old hotel. You watch yourself in the reflection, not quite clearly. The distortion turns you into something not entirely real, the way dreams often do, reshaping you into a version with no beginning, no eyes, no voice. Just motion, just existence. The elevator slows, not abruptly, not with drama, just less movement, like a breath being exhaled, and then the doors open. What's outside is not darkness, not light either, something in between. A hallway made of shadows and sound, the hum of machines, the soft shuffle of things that do not need to walk, but do so anyway. You step out, and the air greets you with a warmth that feels undeserved. It smells like sterilization and regret. The walls here are smooth, white, too clean in a place that has seen too much. The cleanliness is not comfort, it's denial, and you feel it pressing against your skin like static. You follow the corridor. Your footsteps sound different here, sharper, like the floor wants to remember you, or warn someone else. Glass doors appear on your right. Behind them, labs, shelves of vials, equipment, the last breath of science before it stopped pretending to help. A clipboard lies abandoned on a table, one corner curled, the ink faded unevenly. You don't go in. The glass is smudged, not from outside, but from within. Further down, a light pulses red. Not an alarm, just a heartbeat. One of the doors here is ajar, and the sound behind it is soft, like breathing through cloth. You stand for a moment, listening, not deciding whether to enter, just absorbing. Whatever is in there isn't moving. It's just present, like so many things in this place. You move on. The hallway curves. The walls here are darker, streaked in places with age and condensation. A map is mounted on the wall, yellowed with time. Most of it is unreadable. But your eyes find one word, elevator, printed in faded ink beside a small triangle. You trace the path with your fingertip. The lines make no sense, like someone tried to describe a memory in geometry. Eventually, you find another door, heavy, metal, with scratches along the bottom, not claw marks, not dramatic, just the erosion of time, of things being pushed and pulled and forgotten. You push it open. Behind it, a room filled with servers, or what used to be servers. The low hum here is comforting, like a distant purr. Lights blink in soft rhythms, no longer connected to anything important. They blink anyway, as if the machines don't know they've been left behind. You sit for a moment on the floor. It's cool, not cold. You lean your back against a metal rack and let the hum wash over you. You imagine the data that once moved through these wires. Fear, orders, secrets. All of it now stilled, dormant, but not erased. Nothing here feels erased, only paused, only waiting. You close your eyes, just briefly. The flicker of red light from a nearby panel dances behind your lids. You could almost fall asleep here, not out of safety, but out of resignation. There's nothing urgent anymore, nothing chasing, just the slow rhythm of remembering, of machines and memories and motions that repeat, because they don't know how to stop. Eventually you stand again. The room lets you go without protest. The hallway is waiting, and the elevator oddly is too. It's back. The doors open before you press the button. Inside, it glows as it did before, amber and warm, impossibly so. You step in. The doors close. The hum resumes. But this time, there's music, faint, warbled, the kind of instrumental meant to calm. A track that's played too long on a loop, its edges frayed, its melody half forgotten. You don't recognize the tune, but you hum with it anyway. Your voice is barely sound, just breath given shape. You don't press a floor. The elevator moves on its own, down maybe, or up, or somewhere in between. It doesn't matter. It is enough that it moves, that it still works, that something, somewhere, is still functioning in a place where function was lost long ago. The music continues, soft hollow, familiar in its anonymity, and as you descend, or rise, you feel the hum settle into your spine. And when the elevator finally stops, and the doors part again, you don't step out right away. You just stand, and let the music fade, like a light going out in a room that never needed one in the first place. The hum of the elevator dissolves into a silence that isn't quite empty. It lingers behind you, absorbed by the walls, as if even the machinery understands it should not follow you further. The light in this hallway doesn't flicker. It doesn't intrude. It simply gathers, dim, diluted, like moonlight through soot. It settles along the floor and walls with no urgency, touching surfaces without waking them. You step out slowly, and the door closes behind you with a hush, less a click than a sigh. The moment before becomes sealed, like breath held in stone. The hallway stretches but does not invite. It narrows with each step, not as a warning, but as something drawing in, not to trap you, just to quiet you. The floor is clean in the way lifeless places often are, sterile, untouched, yet not innocent. The walls have been stripped down to a shade that once belonged to paper, scrubbed, bleached, anonymous. There are no signs, no instructions, only the soft hush of your footsteps, strangely distant, as if echoed by someone walking just behind you, always out of reach. At the end, a door waits. It does not resist. It does not creak or whisper its presence. It simply opens, noiseless, unoffended by your approach. Your hand meets the handle like it's meeting memory, and the latch gives with a softness that feels preordained, as if everything in this place has been waiting. Not just the door, not just the room, you. Inside, the room is smaller than expected, and somehow larger. There are walls, but they do not end. Just vanishing points, corners swallowed by a velvet dimness. The ceiling floats too high to feel real. The floor is smooth concrete, patient and unyielding. And in the center, one chair, wooden, plain, facing a single window that exhales a pale, muted blue. You do not look through it, not yet. The chair is not a comfort, but it is the only gravity here. Its presence hums the way old perfume clings in the folds of memory. Not fragrant, but familiar. You approach it, and each step disappears into the room's stillness. You sit, not from fatigue, but because there is no other shape left for your body to take. You fold down onto it like parchment curling near heat, slow, brittle, inevitable. From here, the window offers almost nothing, just a thin blue wash, not sky, not quite, more like the memory of sky submerged in water. There are no birds, no shapes, just a stillness that feels less like peace and more like watching. The silence in this room does not wait. It remembers. Behind you, the door stands ajar, though you're certain it closed. The light from the hallway bleeds in but refuses to stretch far. The darkness here is inward. The shadows curl in place, circling around themselves. The walls hold nothing. No tools, no plaques, no remnants of process. This was not a place where things began. This was where they ended. And someone, maybe you, maybe not, has already drawn the last line. Your hands find your lap, settling palm to thigh, the way they do when fidgeting feels too loud. Your breath slows, softened by the space, as if even your lungs are reluctant to disrupt the calm. There's a low hum beneath your boots. Not the elevator, not power. Something slower, something deeper. Not menacing, just present. Just there. To your left, in the haze, a table. 3 legs stable, 1 short. It leans, like it's listening. A clipboard rests atop it, angled by the tilt. You don't remember getting up, but your hand is already reaching. The paper is cool beneath your fingers, thin, old, real. Sparse notes, names and dates, scattered. And beneath them, one phrase carved again and again until the ink bled through. The only failure is forgetting. The handwriting is unfamiliar, but it's tired, careful, resolute. You don't know who wrote it. Maybe no one does anymore. You set the clipboard back down without a sound. The chair groans faintly as you return to it, not in protest, in recognition. The sky outside is still blue, barely. No voices in your ear, no crackle of radio, no distant alarms. The facility sleeps, not a peaceful sleep, the kind that forgets how to wake. And you sit inside that forgetfulness, letting the silence slip around your ribs like gauze. This place doesn't ask questions. It doesn't seek. It doesn't dig. It wants you to stop, to let the earth cover what it must, to let the names turn to initials, then to marks, then to dust. It wants endings, gentle ones. You remember a corridor, long, cold, white with too much light. You remember footsteps behind you that never caught up. You remember filing cabinets full of truths too inconvenient to survive. You remember a voice, cracked, quiet, saying, "We did what we had to do," with a fatigue that outlived guilt. Mostly, you remember not arguing. You remember the way guilt dulls, the way shadows shrink when you give them names, and the way you later forget those names without meaning to. You sit in this, not burdened but wrapped. A blanket of memory, warm, soft heavy. The chair shifts, not you. The chair, adjusting itself to your weight. A sigh of wood, a gesture of belonging. The window pulses, a shimmer so slight you feel it before you register it. And suddenly the sky is different, darker, closer. Or maybe it's the same, and it's just your memory that's slipping. You don't remember the last time the world outside meant anything. Time here is a still pond. The only ripples are internal. Imagination and memory begin to braid together. Did you read that file, or did you dream it? Did you sit here before, or is the imprint simply familiar? Did this window once show stars, or smoke, or nothing? You shift. Something crackles beneath your boot. Paper. Thin, brittle, waiting. You reach down carefully. A photograph. Black and white. Faded. Blurred. 4 people. No smiles. One of them looks like you. Or someone you used to know. The back is blank. No name, no date. Just a smudge of a thumbprint in the corner, and the grain of memory that never quite develops. You place it gently on the armrest. It stays there. Even when your hand pulls away, the faces remain behind your eyes. Eventually the room breathes with you. The stillness no longer feels hollow. It feels mutual. The walls lean in, not to crush, but to hold, to witness. You could leave. Nothing here holds you. But something about staying feels honest, like the noise has finally stopped long enough for the truth beneath it to speak. You let your body rest. The weight of your shoulders eases with a sigh you didn't know you were saving. One of those quiet exhales that signals you've arrived, even if you don't remember the trip. And maybe this very moment, is the truth the reports could never capture. That stillness is not failure. That silence is not surrender. That forgetting isn't always erasure. Sometimes it's mercy. This is the final log, not sealed, not signed. Just left here, half-breathed and half-remembered. The last page isn't blank. It just knows there's nothing more to say. The sky outside has shifted, a little warmer now, a breath softer. Like light after rain. It does not promise anything, but it allows rest, allows memory, allows forgetting. You stay seated, not from inertia, not from duty, just because it fits. And when the light changes again, soft, quiet, subtle, you notice that the chair's shadow no longer falls behind you. It falls forward. You do not turn to see why. You don't need to. The room listens. The hum beneath your feet ebbs, and the sky outside begins to pale, like the corners of sleep curling inward, closing over thought. Just like that. The corridor behind you is gone now. Not vanished, just irrelevant. Like breath after speech, like the last note of a melody you didn't realize had ended. You drift through a doorway where the hinges have rusted into stillness, where even the dust feels arranged on purpose. The walls seem wider here, or perhaps it's just that the ceiling no longer presses down. And in this slow breath of space, the light changes, sifting sideways through cracked panes, golden and low. The kind of light that makes you think of endings without knowing why. There is no path, not really. Just a vague intention your body remembers better than your mind. You follow it, your steps muffled against soil that shouldn't be here, rich, loose earth where tile should have been. Your boots leave no imprint, but your presence disturbs something. A hush, maybe. A tension in the silence that had settled too long, grown lazy. As if this place resents being remembered. Graves begin to appear, not with ceremony, not with gravestones or flowers, but with warped metal markers and splintered crosses leaning as if exhausted. Some have names carved in haste, others bear only initials. A few are just blank wood stained by the rain. You pass them one by one, and each feels more real than the last. Each one pulls at something behind your ribs, something old and unfinished. None of the names are yours, but they could have been. In another filing cabinet, in another experiment, in another hallway, you didn't survive. The wind begins to pick up, faint but confident, threading through broken walls and overgrown cracks, stirring dried leaves that never should have made it this deep underground. There's a scent in it, faint, antiseptic, almost floral, like a failed attempt to mask rot with something artificial. Your lungs ache gently as you breathe it in, like they remember too much of this place, like the air still carries its history in microscopic sorrow. There's a plaque nailed to a crooked wall. The writing is flaked almost to nothing, but the words "authorized only" remain, bold and strange in this soft graveyard of mistakes. A shattered keypad lies below it, wires like snapped veins exposed to air. Whatever this once protected, it failed. The lock is broken. The secrets are loose. You move on. The hallway here has collapsed in parts, forcing your path through half-fallen beams and slouched concrete slabs. The temperature shifts. The floor sweats. Walls drip slowly. You pass old stains, their shape too deliberate, too similar to what the body leaves behind. Every step feels quieter now, like the ground itself is listening again, like the dead beneath your feet have tuned their ears toward your presence. And then, a door, still intact, still sealed. A pristine rectangle in a landscape of decay. You place your hand against it, and for a moment, nothing happens. Then a click, a sigh. The door unlatches, not as invitation, but as resignation. Inside, the air doesn't smell like air. It smells like paper, warm, dry, acidic. The scent of old files, long-forgotten reports, the dust of bureaucracy left to curdle. Shelves line the room, some tilted, others bare, others still heavy with manila folders, bulging with forgotten truth. No flames ever reached this place. These were not meant to burn. You approach the nearest shelf and gently pull a folder free. The label reads, Trial Variant D09, unresponsive. Inside, Polaroids, scribbled margins, charts, and handwriting that gets worse the deeper you go, like the mind behind it was unraveling in parallel with its subject. The name on the form is crossed out, rewritten, then crossed again. You return it. You do not open another. There's a screen across the room. Old, a cathode ray model, dormant and gray. Next to it, a chair with a worn impression. Someone sat here often. The seat remembers. The screen stutters suddenly to life as you near, flickering into a login prompt, then skipping it entirely, opening to a series of images you shouldn't see. Snapshots of experiments, failures, subjects not marked deceased, but repurposed, reassigned, reborn in pain. The room hums faintly with forgotten electricity. The walls feel narrower than before. The lights above stutter in rhythm with your breath, casting moving shadows across the far wall where someone once pinned a map. Red threads still connect points across continents, stretching across time zones like a web woven by loss. Some threads lead nowhere, others loop endlessly. You find a clipboard near the center of the room. Taped to it is a photo, black and white. It shows a row of soldiers standing in front of a facility you recognize only because you survived it. But here it is whole, clean, proud. They are smiling. One of them is looking straight at the camera, eyes too aware, too alive. You can't name him, but you remember his scream. There's a metal drawer beside the desk. It takes effort to pull. Rust clings like regret. Inside tapes, labeled with dates and code names. A few names repeat, written shakily. A pen ran out halfway through one label. Another ends in a smear, like it was dropped mid-word. You do not watch the tapes. Instead, you notice something behind the shelf. A small door, waist high, nearly hidden. When you tug it open, the hinges sound like a cough. The space beyond is a crawl space, barely lit, filled with more boxes. These are unlabeled. Their surfaces blank, like they were never meant to be opened, only lost. You crawl inside, not out of curiosity, but compulsion. Some part of you wants to disappear here, to be one more entry, one more forgotten breath in a place that doesn't keep count. Inside, it is warm, warmer than the rest of the facility. You wonder if something still runs beneath the floor, old machinery or old hearts. You don't lift the lids. You don't want to know what's inside. Instead, you rest your hand on one of the boxes and feel it pulsing faintly, like breath or memory, or something trapped inside still trying to become something else. You stay there for a while, not long, but long enough that you begin to hear the echoes return. Footsteps that aren't yours, breaths that don't match your lungs, a voice that doesn't speak words, just syllables shaped like guilt. You back out slowly. When you stand again, the lights have steadied. The monitor is dark, the chair is empty, but the scent remains, the paper, the static, the sterile dust of sealed things. You glance back at the shelves, but they've changed. Or maybe you have. Either way, the names are different now, your own included. And as you step back into the hallway, the graves outside feel louder, not with noise, but with knowing. You pass them again, one by one, and they do not accuse. They only exist, markers of what they tried to bury and what refused to stay buried. The wind returns. It carries with it a fragment of laughter, or maybe static, something that lingers behind your ear like a voice just out of sync with the present moment. You do not stop walking, not until the last grave, not until the silence bends just slightly, not until the path ahead begins to open once more, and the scent of paper fades, slowly, into earth. The wind does not start as weather. It begins as memory. A trace of air still carrying the taste of names that never belonged to bodies. Graves you passed, hollow places with letters carved too clean, too quick, like even stone wasn't sure what story it was telling. You stood among those fictions, let the silence lean close, listen to the dirt say nothing. And now, the wind finds you. Not as a gust, not as a warning, but as something turning. A slow, reluctant wheel beneath the skin of the world. The kind of motion that feels like breath when you've forgotten you were still breathing. And with it, the faintest sense that something might still be alive. Somewhere beneath the weight. The path before you does not offer a destination. It reveals itself one reluctant inch at a time, like a dream ashamed to be remembered. There are no straight lines anymore. Just ruins bending toward collapse and floors that mutter their complaints underfoot. You move because stillness has become too loud, because something below your ribs responds to the shift in the air. Cracked tile stretches beneath you, scattered with fragments of glass like language no one speaks. And then, almost hidden in the chaos, a flicker of green. Not a triumph, not a miracle. Just a sprout, small, bent. But there, you kneel, knees protesting, not from reverence, but from need. You have to see it, to be near something that did not break, that pushed upward through the rot and the steel and the things humanity tried to make permanent. It's fragile in a way that doesn't apologize. A thread of chlorophyll so thin it seems imaginary, but it trembles, and that's what convinces you. Not strength, not bloom, just motion, reaching. Always reaching. You don't touch it. Not because it would break, maybe it wouldn't, but because your hands are still too full of endings, of doors closed too hard, and voices that never signed off. And touching this might make it real in a way you're not ready for. Instead, you watch. Let its color settle behind your eyes. Let it be the only thing in the room that doesn't remember the sound of screaming. The air has shifted. Less decay, though decay remains. The stench has aged, mellowed into something almost neutral. Not absence, but exhaustion. Like the building has finally exhaled and doesn't expect anything more of you. A sound arrives on the wind, not melody, not voice, just a tone, a thread of static with shape. It loops, unfinished. The last notes of a lullaby no one meant to hum. But you follow it anyway. Vines interrupt the hallway. Real ones. Unshaped by laboratories or clipped by protocol. They fall from an overhead vent like the hair of something asleep or something waiting. They don't block your way. They just mark it. A reminder that nature does not need permission to return. You pass beneath them, and beyond them is a door swollen in its frame, no longer aligned with human design. You lean, it opens, as if to say, fine. Look, then the room was once something. An office, perhaps. A lab. Maybe both. Now it's more suggestion than space. The edges have dissolved into moss. Every surface has been claimed by life that doesn't need light bulbs or key cards. Mold blossoms like tiny galaxies across the floor. In the corner, a desk slouches under its own history. One book remains, half digested by time. Its cover bears no title, only a worn emblem that once meant power. You do not open it. The contents are already inside you, or beside you, or gone. There's water, caught in the basin of a broken ceiling lamp. Clear enough. Still. It reflects crooked light onto the wall. A shimmer with no source. You crouch beside it, not for thirst, for proof. Proof that some part of this world still holds itself together in the shape of what it once was. You see your reflection ripple, then vanish. Not shattered. Just moved. You don't turn to find the cause. You already know it's not a threat. Just a presence. Long accustomed to being ignored. The watchers have changed. They linger, but not for harm. Their weight is familiar now. Part of the air. Part of the floor. Their curiosity has faded into something else. Observation without judgment. Presence without pressure. You feel them, like eyes behind gauze. But they do not speak, and neither do you. Down again. Always down. The next door takes you further below. The stairs don't creak. They groan, deep in their bones, as if remembering every footstep that has passed this way. The air grows thick, not choking, just heavy. Sound distorts. There is no music, only vibration, a frequency that lives in your teeth. A resonance not meant for ears. You descend into it, not afraid, not brave, just drawn. A tiled room meets you at the end. A place meant to be sterile. It failed. Tiles are cracked or missing entirely. But from those gaps, life insists. Thin shoots push through the openings, green and soft and unreasonable. A rebellion without fanfare. You crouch, press your fingertips to the stem of one, not to take, not to measure, just to know what winning feels like when it doesn't look like victory. The light here filters through a wound in the ceiling. Just one beam. Just enough. A shape crosses the light. You feel it more than see it. And you smile, briefly, because something moved above, something other than air. And for once, it didn't mean harm. It just meant, I'm here too. There are no chairs, just a broken bench or maybe part of a wall. You sit. It accepts your weight. The ground is cool beneath you, not sharp. The dust drifts in patterns you don't bother to decode. You listen, not to anything in particular, but to everything. The settling, the breathing of stone. And then, underneath it all, that not song again. The one without lyrics, the one that loops badly, but loops anyway. You close your eyes, not from weariness, from reverence. And in the dark behind your lids, a rhythm begins to form. Not a heartbeat, not quite, but close enough. When you stand again, something shifts beneath your boot. You glance down. A seed packet, sealed, damp but intact. The image has faded. A flower maybe, or fruit. You cannot tell. You pick it up anyway, not as evidence, as hope, not large, not loud, but portable. The hallway climbs. The incline is slight, but unmistakable. Air moves differently now. Not dense, not hostile. Just real, tangible. The suggestion of an above. You pass through a breach in the wall, where structure has failed but beauty has won. Green floods the space. Ivy over a console. Fungi nested in the gaps of a cracked screen. Life reclaims the sterile, rewrites it. You touch nothing, or perhaps you touch everything. The warmth from the light ahead does not ask questions. It just glows. And where you stand, the floor is softening. Roots spreading like fingers through concrete. Reaching, still growing. The light has changed again. Not brighter, not darker, just older. As though it too has grown tired of filtering through layers of memory and dust and broken promises. The green behind you fades, not in defeat but in quiet retreat, like something that knows when to let go. The wind has gone still, and the static lullaby has looped one final time, its last note hanging in the corners of your thoughts, like something you once knew by heart. You move forward, not because there is urgency, but because the corridor offers no other direction, and perhaps because you've always known there was one more door. The floor tilts ever so slightly, just enough to make your steps feel uncertain, like walking across the spine of something vast and sleeping. The air has a different texture now, thinner, stripped of decay, scrubbed almost too clean, as if it's been waiting in a sealed jar for this exact moment. You inhale, and it tastes like paper, like plastic, like silence that has been curated. The hallway narrows. On either side, walls tighten, smooth now. No more ivy, no more scars. They've been polished by time or something more deliberate. A return to sterile intention. You run your fingertips along one as you pass. It's cold, too cold, but steady. No shuddering pipes, no whimpering wires, no breath behind metal. Just the stillness of something finished. A flicker appears ahead, pale, soft. Not inviting, not warning. Just there. It pulses from beneath a doorway that does not bear a label, does not creak or groan, does not hint at what's inside. You reach for the handle and find it warm, not the warmth of touch, but the warmth of old electronics. Of things left running long after the ones who used them have gone. You step in. It's not a room. It's not anything, really. Just space. Just air that doesn't echo, and walls that do not hold you. The ceiling above you curves slightly, arching like the inside of a rib cage. Light hums softly from panels embedded in surfaces that have never known dirt. A single console flickers in the corner, not flashing, not demanding, just awake, just watching. And in the center, a chair. No desk, no restraints, no dust, just a chair. Plain, facing a wall that isn't a wall, a panel of glass faintly reflective. Not a mirror, but not a window either. You can see yourself, vaguely. But more than that, you see the ghost of the room behind you. A room that does not contain you, not entirely. As though you're both inside and outside at once. A diagram of presence. You sit. Not because you're tired, though you are. Not because you expect anything, but because the chair fits you. Like it was always yours. Like you've been trying to reach it all along. And then the file begins. Not with a beep. Not with a voice, but with light. Soft at first, rippling across the panel like breath across a lake. Then sharper, shifting. Images emerge, files, names, timestamps that mean nothing. Faces you almost recognize, in the way dreams almost make sense. Each one lingers for a heartbeat too long. Each one fades without conclusion. You watch them pass. Some you've seen before, some you hoped you hadn't. Some are simply shadows pretending to be people. Words begin to drift up alongside them. Not spoken, not typed, just appearing. Like thoughts you didn't know you had. Project names, trials, failures marked as successes, successes marked as terminated. You stop reading halfway through each line, not because it's too much, you passed that point long ago, but because you already know how they end. They all end the same way, with a date, with a number, with a sealed room and a silence that becomes a secret. There is one name that doesn't fade. It stays, hovering in that not mirror, waiting. You stare at it, not because you understand it, but because it understands you. It has weight, more than it should. And behind it, a silhouette. Not a figure, not quite. Just a shape that might have once been human, might have once spoken, might have once tried to save something. You don't look away, because this is the last room. And what's left now are only things you were never meant to see. The panel shifts, flickers, and then stills. A heartbeat, then a voice. It isn't directed at you. It's not a recording, and it's not present. It's a residue. The final exhale of something that lived inside these walls and no longer does. It speaks softly, broken phrases, technical fragments wrapped around guilt. It doesn't tell you anything you don't already know. It just confirms what you always suspected, that none of this was an accident, that the horror was built in, that the monsters were never the mutations. They were the decisions. The room doesn't react. The chair doesn't move. The glass dims. You're still there. And outside the glass, or inside it, the reflection continues. Not of you, but of something wearing your shape. It doesn't move when you do. It watches. It waits. And slowly, slowly, it begins to fade. Not in fear, not in defeat, but like a curtain being drawn on a stage that's already been abandoned. You rise. Not because anything tells you to, just because the moment has ended. The panel behind you hums a little louder. The console blinks, then goes dark. Somewhere in the ceiling, a vent opens with a sigh. Fresh air drifts in, or something close to fresh. It carries no scent, but it carries temperature, slightly warmer than what came before, slightly more like something resembling outside. You walk to the door. It opens before you touch it, and the hallway beyond is different, not in shape, but in feeling. The sterility has cracked. There are scuff marks along the edge, a smear of something that could be rust, or something worse. Someone came this way after the file was closed. Someone left in a hurry, or in pain, or both. The light here is less clinical. It yellows at the edges, like a sun trying to rise through too much history. You follow it, not fast, not slow, just enough. There are no more voices, no more memories, just the hush of a place that's told its last secret. But the air still holds something, not threat, not sorrow, just the faint vibration of a system still running. Somewhere, deep below, somewhere you'll never reach. And that's okay, you've seen enough. Ahead, another door. This one doesn't open, it's sealed, cold to the touch, but not locked, just finished. Above it, a single light, flickering, then holding. You place your hand on the wall beside it, and it feels like exhale. There is no key, no password, no dramatic end. Just the sense that this room, the last room, was never meant to be escaped, only observed. You breathe once more. Let the stillness settle into your spine. And behind you, far back, a chair waits in silence. The light above you hums, and then stills.